Sí, sí, sí. Estamos en vivo y muy buenos días para todos ustedes. Muy buenos días para mi mujer que también se está despertando el día de hoy. Como siempre, les tenemos una excelente clase en el casino del tío Salo con Alex y con Farhan. Pero antes quiero platicar con ustedes de lo que estamos viendo en las tablas en el mercado. Lo primero que vimos hoy es algo para morirnos de risa. Son los non-farm payrolls que acaban de llegar. Estábamos esperando, me parece que 120 o 150 mil y acabó llegando como en 250 mil. Lo superó por una locura. Todo esto, quiero preguntarles a todos ustedes, ¿quién de verdad cree ese número? A este punto, ¿quién cree los datos que nos está dando el gobierno? Es una absoluta payasada. ¿Pero por qué lo están haciendo? Yo creo que eso es lo importante de hablar de esta payasada. La razón por la que están haciendo esto, al igual que los 50 puntos básicos que bajó Jerome Powell, etcétera, es porque lo que quieren hacer es simplemente empujar el mercado para arriba, la noción de que la economía está de huevos, de que todo está perfecto. Al mercado le pareció bastante bueno, absorbió todas estas buenas noticias y se fue más para arriba. Eso fue muy interesante de ver. ¿Por qué? Porque obviamente están pintando una fotografía absolutamente falsa, pero lo que te están diciendo es qué es lo que quieren hacer. Lo que quieren hacer es pompear el mercado hasta que Biden se vaya. Y esto todavía reafirma más, si han estado viendo mis otros videos, mi teoría. Y mi teoría es que van a voltearse si es que Trump gana las elecciones y van a decir, uy, había una recesión, y van a revisar todos los números para atrás como lo han hecho antes y todo se va a ver muy mal y eso puede llevarnos a ver sorpresas en el mercado. Pero por ahora estamos viendo todo normal. Les quiero enseñar rápidamente varias tablas. Voy a empezar con Rivian. La razón por la que quiero empezar con Rivian es porque el día de hoy Rivian llegó a tocar los $10. Premercado estaba abajo de los $10 y les he dicho muchas veces, aquí hay una oportunidad grande para todos nosotros una vez más. Es hora de entrar, es hora de empezar a llorar. No, todavía no. Lo estamos viendo en todos lados en X. Todos los inversores empiezan a llorar, empiezan a decir, no, es que lo que está pasando está muy mal y empiezan a dar consejos, ¿no? Instantáneamente y ya veo a todos tuiteándole a RJ, que es el CEO de Rivian, para decirle cómo hacer su chamba. Toda esta gente que es experta en construir compañías, empresas de la nada y que han tenido una empresa por 10 años, la han expandido de cero a miles de millones de dólares. Todos esos expertos que están en X diciéndole a RJ qué hacer, es el principio de lo bonito. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando empiezo a ver eso, es cuando empieza a oler el fondo. Todavía no hay fondo, todavía la gente no está desesperada. La razón por la que Rivian cayó el día de hoy, para todos los que se pregunten por qué carajos cayó, es bastante sencilla. La razón por la que cayó hoy y que ha estado cayendo en realidad, esto no cayó como sorpresa, podemos ver el movimiento desde acá, esto lo sabíamos desde septiembre, básicamente los inversores de Rivian potentes o hasta agosto y ahorita estamos pagando las penas de esto. ¿Por qué? Porque Rivian acaba de actualizar sus expectativas de ventas para fin de año y acaban de decir que van a haber ventas por ahí de los 47 a 49 mil unidades en vez de las 57 mil o 56 mil que vendieron el año pasado. Este año tenían pronosticado poder vender eso. Y la razón por qué digo esto todavía no es el fondo es porque todavía falta la mala noticia. La peor noticia de todas, que es la que va a hacer que todo el mundo se vuelva loco, que es exactamente idéntico a lo que pasó con Tesla. Y eso es que, y les he dicho 1,000,000 de veces, la razón, por cierto, la razón por la que Rivian no pudo llegar a estimados fue por lo siguiente. Dijeron que tienen o sea, la cadena de suministro tiene problemas en cierto producto en todas sus plataformas en común y eso los está haciendo crear menos coches a la velocidad que podrían normalmente. ¿Pero qué quiere decir esto? Cuando creas menos cosas, ¿qué es lo que pasa con el costo de todos tus productos? Incrementa. ¿Y eso qué hace? Tus márgenes se vuelven más chicos y se los lleva el nepe completamente. Entonces, todavía la noticia que estamos esperando todos, si eres fanático de Rivian, es saber que a fin de año nos van a decir que ya están haciendo dinero y que cada coche que venden está en positivo. La realidad es que eso no va a pasar probablemente este año. Y esa noticia es la que nos va a llevar a Valhalla a todos juntos y eso es a lo que yo voy. Paciencia es lo número uno. Nunca les digo qué hacer con su dinero, pero yo les enseño cuando me meto en algo. Me gusta para que todo el mundo me recuerde lo estúpido que soy, pero la última vez funcionó muy bien. Este año creo que nos ha ido excelente en todos los calls que hemos hecho y quiero decir lo siguiente, sobre todo viendo al dólar tan fuerte. Vean este gráfico diario del dólar. Todo el mundo dijo, el dólar va a perder, se va a ir para abajo. El tío Salo se aferró a que no se iba a ir para abajo el dólar. ¿Por qué? Porque sabemos las consecuencias de la guerra. Puedes ver el DXY subiendo. Esto no es un análisis como el que les vamos a dar en un segundo. Nos vamos a meter más a a todo esto, pero el DXY empieza a tomar fuerza a la alza, sencillo, por la guerra, porque es lo que todo el mundo está buscando. Estados Unidos está buscando crear más dinero, llenar los mercados de liquidez. Los mercados se están llenando de liquidez en Asia, en Japón, en China, etcétera, y el dólar está compitiendo en este momento por atención, por lo que tienes que ver al dólar subir, y es justamente lo que está pasando. El SP500 también abrió fuerte y potente. Esto es interesante porque hasta hizo un gap. Pueden verlo acá. Y acá es donde podemos empezar a pensar. Voy a acercar más para que lo puedan ver más porque está honestamente muy chiquito. El gap, ¿no? La razón por la que tenemos que tener cuidado es porque hoy es viernes. Empezó la guerra esta vez en media semana, y cuando empieza la guerra en media semana tenemos que poner atención porque todavía no nos dan toda la tirada. Por lo que este fin de semana puede haber noticias que haga que todo el mundo reacomode sus compras, digamos, y esto incluye a los fondos más grandes. Pueden ver que el VIX nunca se levantó como se levantó antes, lo que nos dice que el mercado no tiene miedo y lo que nos dice que hay continuación en este movimiento muy probablemente a la alza hasta que algo provoque que no sea ese el caso. Entonces estamos viendo índices con todo, también estamos viendo tesorería empezar a subir. La razón por la que estamos viendo al 10 años, el retorno del 10 años empezarse a ir al casi 4% es simplemente por la mentira, y ahora todo el mundo cree que no van a bajar tipos, no van a bajar tipos, quiere decir que no tienen que que nadie va a comprar bonos, etcétera. Por ende, va a subir el retorno de los bonos. La economía de Estados Unidos está muy fuerte. Acaban de revisar el desempleo, se va para abajo tantito. Todo esto son números de mentiras. ¿Dónde está la verdad? Está escondida entre el peso y el dólar. Todo el mundo está viendo al peso perder terreno contra el dólar cuando el dólar está ganando terreno contra todos. Entonces, alguien aquí está mintiendo. El dólar, los bonos o el peso. Y les voy a decir quién está mintiendo. Los bonos y el peso en este momento están mintiendo y se van a dar la vuelta. Simplemente es cosa de paciencia. Los bonos van a ser nuevos bajos locales, van a romper toda esa trayectoria a la baja, lo verán, y el peso va a tener un repunte. El dólar va a tener un repunte potente contra el peso, es lo que vamos a ver. Y ahorita vamos a meternos a analizar Bitcoin y todo esto. Tengo a Alex, tengo a Farhan aquí listos para darle, y vamos a empezar de acuerdo a lo que nos estén mandando en el chat. Recuerden que todo lo que nos pidan acá los miembros del canal de YouTube se los damos como de que no, y se los voy a traducir todo. Siempre empezamos en inglés, después se los traduzco a español en análisis y resumido también para que no tengan que lidiar con cosas. Así que empecemos. Alex, Farhan, good to see you boys. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good morning. Feeling pretty good. Looking at these great economic data, we should all be really happy and pumped, no? Like, come on,
Yeah.
non-farm
I'm feeling very happy and pumped because I'm drinking the greatest water ever made to mankind, you know?
All right, took the words out of my mouth.
You boys, I fucking love you so much.
It makes you taller if you drink it.
It makes your dick bigger. A lot of people don't know that. It makes your dick way bigger, and your balls look just like juicy and fruitsy, the way
like
that
Randy.
women love it.
It's like Randy on that wheelbarrow.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of awesome things happening in the market right now. Lots of reactions that people were not expecting. Non-farm payrolls came in way hotter, which is telling me, and I don't know how you guys take it, that they want to take this party all the way to the top until after elections, and then we'll see what happens. That's the feeling that I'm getting.
They want to make it the next president's problem.
That's right. Well, they're going to turn around, revise the living shit out of everything, because now they're revising everything positively in the past. Have you seen that? The recession of 2022, they were like, nope, that's revised now. And that was positive GDP and the economy grew stronger. So, you know, I like the fuckery because it tells me whatever they're doing, it's what they want the market, it's the direction that they want the market to follow. And that's up. That's up, especially with what we're seeing with the wars and all that stuff. It's a repetition of October of last year. Now, this time around, the party can end way before after the presidential election, but we'll see.
You know what's a fun fact that I found out on Twitter like a few days ago?
What do you got?
Do you know when the last macro top was for the S&P? Like the macro top before we had an actual LinkedIn bear market. It was October of 2007.
No.
Interesting.
October of 2024.
It feels very similar to those years. I mean, 2020 also at the same time kind of has like the same vibes, and that was an election year. Like it's here. It's here. I think we're going to enjoy these surprises. And also the fact that the VIX is not reacting to the war, that tells you like they're trying to make sure that this shit goes up so that whoever's the next Democratic president, like Kamala Harris is going to be now the president, then we're going to hear someone talk like this if she wins. And the market will probably continue. But if Trump wins, I think they're going to absolutely demolish everything.
It's like that movie, The Big Short, where they all go to the strip club and they're talking to the stripper about how many properties she owns. And then he walks out and he's like, buy 150 million swaps on the exchange. It's a bubble.
It's, I mean,
houses of the stripper.
yeah. You always got to use the stripper indicators. Go ahead, Alex.
No, I mean, yeah, markets are at a weird point for me right now because, like, I have to ask myself, like, why is Dixie reacting? Is it the reaction to the economic news potentially? But what we're seeing too in the Middle East is just constant escalation. I feel like so that's kind of where things have gone rocky in markets for me. Was the economic data matters, of course, because that's just like the outlook on the Fed and what they're going to do. But for me, I just feel like the tension in the Middle East is just cooking up more than I was expecting, at least for it too. And I wonder if that's really going to impact markets more. I mean, something that I keep telling myself, which is something you did the correlation, I think, Alondra, was anytime we get Middle East fuckery, it's usually good for Bitcoin long term. I'm waiting for that reaction though, because as it stands, like the daily hasn't been impressive on Bitcoin. Stocks aren't looking the worst, but something that's concerning to me is, are we now getting that balance in the force in terms of Dixie now going up, looking bullish, because it is looking pretty okay on the daily now at resistance, but which is at daily EMA 100. But overall, was that on the daily? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's 102.5, right?
Yeah. So overall, though, I mean, it's just an interesting spot because, we've been in the markets for, we've been in this environment in markets for a few months now where Dixie really hasn't been correlating with risk on or risk off. I feel like we're slowly seeing that, maybe turn around. Granted, stocks are still looking okay, while Bitcoin is not looking the worst in the sense that it's still holding the trend flip. But, on all the closures and things that matter, it is not looking too good to me. And that kind of happened fast. Like going into last week, towards Friday, markets were looking pretty good. And Bitcoin, I was even pretty bullish on it, especially after we reclaimed the 9 on the weekly. Now the question I'm watching is, can the daily reclaim structure? Can the weekly close strong? Or is this just going to be, in my book, a massive bull trap? So it's at a weird point right now. I'm more just on the camp of watching and waiting because, the more news we get with the Middle East, I feel like the more tensions are just going to, the more congested that's going to be for markets and just kind of the uncertainty behind it. How is Israel going to respond? Are they going to actually attack some kind of oil plants, nuclear plants? Are they not? How's Iran going to respond? Lebanon? Why, Saudi Arabia, I think, wants to meet with Iran potentially. I don't know how these all correlate, because I feel like it's now escalating more than I feel like even in October.
Stronger dollar.
But I also just don't know overall. I'm more in the wait and see kind of things. I think there will be clarity. And, unfortunately, that's either going to just come with a massive reversal in markets across the board, big nuke, or, Bitcoin can kind of start gaining some more structure. That's all I really trade. So that's kind of what I'm referring to in terms of like a clean trade. So it is interesting right now, though. Yeah, Bitcoin's not really telling me a lot of stuff. Maybe why
don't we get into it right here? Bitcoin, boys.
Yeah, because it's really, it's not really telling me a lot. I want to be bullish, but it's like my heart wants to be bullish. My brain's telling me it's probably better to be cautious. And that's fine. I'm okay to be on the camp of waiting.
I think personally, Israel is very likely going to respond. The only way they don't respond is if the U.S. twists their arm into not responding. And we all know that's not going to happen.
By the way, this is obviously all together, so they can just increase the prices on oil. The dollar is going to go higher. This is just a repetition. Like it's identical. This is why I was so bullish on DXY looking at it, while everybody was like, "Nah, it's going to come down." No, whenever you go into war, there needs to be more dollars created that go into work. And a lot of people outside of the United States, their flight to safety trade is going into the dollar because anything can happen everywhere else in the world. And there's there would be much bigger swings in their currencies.
It's
So
actually, this time it's different though. This time they're going into XRP.
that's it's the future of France. I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting to me because Bitcoin has been looking, it was looking pretty good. We were at this point talking for, you know, a pullback made sense to me, especially at the levels we just kind of went up only and hit, you know, after making this $52,500 low. But, you know, right now it's interesting because since this war news drama started to really, you know, take off, we do see it as affecting Bitcoin. You know, now we're currently in this no man's zone where each daily closure, we're getting these massive like wicks. We're getting these moves up that are getting stocked by the 21 on the daily. And then it's leading to us falling under the daily EMA 100 before any closing basis. You know, we're getting these kind of indecision candles on both sides where just longs are getting smoked and shorts are getting smoked. And then it's closing at a point of almost like a doji. You know, to me, I'm not really getting an edge on Bitcoin in terms of the daily. That's why I'm more focused now on the weekly. You know, I think we talked about pretty heavily the weekly, you know, especially this weekly downtrend that was broken. We, you know, we even got a closure above the, you know, easily previous wick high, but and then wicked even a little above that, which was right around 66,560. And so for me, I can't be full on bearish, but I also don't want to be bullish. So for me, I'm on higher low watch. If I'm just going to be real frank with everyone, I'm just on higher low watch. I at least then want to see this weekly 9 hold. If this weekly 9 can hold, then I'll look at this and maybe a dump to the 34 as an opportunity. But, you know, as long as we're still in this no man's land, this is closing in 2 days because this is the spot. For me, I'm more just wanting to wait and see where this closes because Bitcoin hasn't been really trading the most clean, as we all know. And like once we got to this point here, things have really gotten choppy. You know, we'll go and we'll rally up. It looks really bullish. Nothing really happens. Mega dump. Okay, cool. Consolidate, rallies up, full on deviates again. Okay, breaks down slightly, rallies up. Is now this going to hold the 9? Something we haven't been able to do in each of these scenarios. For me, that'd be a good sign. You know, another point where it could be hopium for the bulls is, you know, on the 2 day, something I'm being mindful of. You know, the daily loss, it's EMA 100. So then I'm gauging, okay, well, what could be supporting price? Because there is something supporting price clearly, and it would be this 2 day EMA 100. You know, I often like to view the 2 day when things get choppy, kind of like what we see on the daily here. If we go to the daily, it's just a lot less clean, in my opinion. For me, I'm then viewing the 2 day. You know, and the daily looks pretty bad, but the 2 day looks somewhat okay. You know, for me, it's more evident on where exactly that higher low is, which is right at this point. And so currently, bulls are just simply trying to get some reaction here, form some actual higher low to actually press up again to at least the $64,000 level again, if not 65,000 flat. But for me now, that is the little hopium I do have while BBWP is resetting, is that 2 day EMA 100 is holding. You know, a big spot in price. You know, over on this whole bull market, the daily EMA 100 was catching price. So it never really hit this 2 day. And we can see the price is kind of flirting with it now. Did reclaim it, did backtest it, getting a reaction off it now. I do think if the 2 day can actually start reclaiming 62,400, or just call it that 9, that day, a 2 day 9, to me, then it'll start making the daily look actually pretty good. Because then what we'll have here is a full on deviation of the 100, 3421, and the 9. And then the last big spot would be this SMA 200 here. So, that's why I'm really watching the 2 day, because I think from now, that's kind of all I can see in terms of hopium. And I'm more cautious because I was expecting or wanting this weekly setup to really start firing off to the upside, what we're getting now is it's not firing off and it's still contracting, but it is pretty close to firing off. And something Florence showed me today, is this 2 week, actually, something I didn't even notice. The 2 weeks actually at extremes now, which is kind of interesting if this wants to populate here anytime now. The 2 weeks actually at extremes though, which is very interesting to see because, we can see the last time the 2 week was at extremes was at this consolidation point before we had this massive breakout. Now, on the flip side, the 2 week is giving us the same setup essentially with momentum during this consolidation here. I know people are looking this to be potentially a channel. Easy. I mean, that's just dictated by the lower highs and lower lows. And the 2 week to me is looking okay as long as the 9 can hold. I just want this 9 to hold. And that's why this next week and 2 week closure that is coming up in the next 2 days is going to be very key. Because if we actually start losing this, then to me, we have the risk of tapping the 21, which lines up with 57,400, 57,500, which to me then would be you run the risk of this not holding, and then we testing this 50,000 to 51,000, $52,000 low, and this potentially getting the expansion, especially with how the weekly already looks. If the weekly starts expanding, then this will just theoretically start moving, giving us a 2 week setup, something we don't really get a lot in Bitcoin's history. And I do think that that's very interesting to see. The chart only has data from at this point, and we can see we only really had 2 instances where the 2 week went to extremes. And what does that mean? It's just multiple weeks of no volatility. So that is something to keep in mind, because when we're getting this kind of chop in consolidation, it's really something to be mindful of, especially when we start testing these lows again, because most at this point will start looking for a bounce opportunity, but we need to be really cautious at the idea of a big move could be brewing. And as it stands now, it should be to the downside, and it makes me a little, I was pretty bullish. I had my metrics to flip bearish. They hit. The only hopium now is the weekly holds the 9. But for me now, I'm more cautiously, I'm still cautiously bearish on this. I'm not going to short. I'm not going to long. I'm just going to wait. Because for me, I think that this 2 week kind of puts the chop scenario visually into representation. Nothing's really happening in Bitcoin world. We're just slow bleeding down. Yes, the weekly did flip and we should be on higher low watch. But until we get some kind of structure here, that being a weekly closure above the 9, some buyback here, something, then I feel like the easy trade is just to wait and be cautious, because as it stands now, if Bitcoin wanted to start accelerating down, it definitely could do that. And this chart here, we're being caught really heavily by this daily resistance here, which is still holding price down as we talk right now. And technically speaking, as long as this 9 and this 21 is still rejecting, we have to be cautious to the idea of a daily breakdown potentially. For me, the next level of this, call it 61,500, doesn't get reclaimed. I'm looking at this 57.7 again, and this would be the last spot to get a bounce in my opinion. But see, the sticky part with this is we're already then testing that higher low area, which to me wouldn't be, that would not be the best of signs, going and testing these lows again. The only hopium would be some kind of double bottom, which usually they don't work out. And so that's why we really want to see some reaction here. We all were long at this position here. To me, it died. The thesis died. And so now the easy trade is either to wait, potentially short the rejection here on low leverage. But for me, shorting in this zone here doesn't seem too wise, because, we very well still could easily go and test the 63,500 region, a pretty big spot in the chart overall. And if we do go and test that, I'm going to be watching closely. But we also have to keep in mind the daily hasn't tested the 9 yet. Actually, it's so weak that the 21 is basically where price is stopping fully. Usually when I see that, it's not really the best of signs. It usually does signal weakness to me. And if we do get any kind of rally into this 9, which is sitting right now at 62,200 zone, it is an area we first should be looking at as a potential rejection zone, I guess. something we talked about pretty heavily was these silver crosses. You know, we had essentially what we had here was a 2-day, a daily, and I think even the 3-day silver cross. You know, those are close to getting invalidated. It's not a good sign when we're essentially whenever you have a silver cross. Let me try to get the representation here. You know, you're supposed to be bidding the 9. When you lose the 9 and we go down and past the 55, to me, that basically invalidates the silver cross, which is kind of what we're seeing here, especially on this 2-day. It just invalidates. And, you know, that to me is giving me more the vibes that this potentially could be a big bull trap if we don't see bulls actually step in and get the reaction that we're all wanting and looking for. You know, and to me, the weekly will confirm that. And it's something just to be really mindful of because especially when we're getting a weekly, 2-week, but also a 5-day setup, you know, to me, that's something which it is close to expanding here. It's basing once this gets above 15%, after it was already at the extremes, come resets, came all the way down. If this starts expanding more, to me, the way Bitcoin's looking on the 5-day, this would be the spot that bulls would essentially need to step in and actually get some kind of reclaim, especially the 61,300 reclaim. You know, but for me now, I'm cautious. I want to see at least how the weekly closes. You know, because especially with Dixie, if things are, this is what we were talking about in the beginning of the stream, if things start actually flipping and, you know, we get that kind of balance in the force where things on it, let's call it in Dixie land, which we haven't been seeing the correlation, but when Dixie goes down, usually that's bullish for Bitcoin. We can see, you know, since we basically have been slow chopping July, August, and September, you know, Bitcoin also really has been just chopping down. Usually when this is going down on Dixie, you get some kind of nice reaction on cryptos, Bitcoin especially. We didn't really get that. And now what bulls don't want to see is this starting to move up while Bitcoin's starting to move down.
But I'd say you also didn't get a dump moving along with the DXY doing what it's doing right now. So there hasn't been really a reaction.
Yeah. Well, there's not really been a reaction to any kind of downside move on DXY. It's
That's
never
right.
welcoming to see, though, any kind of reaction to the upside. Because it is something then we have to then start gauging. Is it more because this was pretty heavily influenced by the war, the Dixie moving up, you know, and since we basically started breaking down, which was at this point here on September 29th, let's just see, you know, right around that zone. Wasn't September? Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, like right here is when we started to see the at least bullish structure form on Dixie. And now what we have is it is at resistance. So that is something to be mindful of. While, you know, US dominant, Tether dominance is essentially trying to bounce from support here. A big zone. This is a spot that we would want Tether dominance to start either bouncing from and holding, if not then losing it and going back to this 100 EMA. But for now, Tether dominance is still looking bullish as well, which has implications for Bitcoin, in my opinion. But it is interesting to see Dixie, you know, gain some momentum. This is a big spot though of resistance. Overall, this is a massive spot. We can see here this rejection after forming this almost like shooting star to follow through. It all happened right at the daily EMA 100. So we haven't hit it fully. We still could go up and tap it. Is it getting front ran? Possibly, but you know, with BWP approaching extremes, this still can go up and hit it. The reaction here will be pretty key, though, in my opinion. Let me see. How is the 55 looking? Yeah, so there's no crosses yet, other than the 9 crossing above the 21. You know, I'm curious to see though. This is a pretty strong weekly. To me, you know, it's basically reclaiming that weekly SMA 200. Well, this chart kind of makes sense to me. So maybe the daily does go up and rejects that daily EMA 100. To me, then what we should all be looking for is a throwback into next week, which would correlate then with the weekly testing the 9 again. You know, we haven't been above the 9 in a very long time since we lost it in July 1st. So, you know, it's at least been a few months that we've been under it. Now we're reclaiming it. You know, for me, that is an interesting sign to see, especially with all the tension that we're gaining. But it wouldn't also surprise me if we did get a rejection here, corresponding with that daily EMA 100. You know, for me, that is just something to be mindful of, because that is something that I've been talking about, where we really, Dixie hasn't really mattered in terms of like bullish movement on Bitcoin. If we just view this on a weekly, I think it puts it more in a perspective, and we view Dixie on a weekly. You know, we really have been going down pretty hard on Dixie, while Bitcoin really hasn't been doing much. You know, I don't know how to take that. I usually gauge at how it was back in 2022, which was, you know, we really weren't seeing the correlation. People kind of stopped looking at Dixie. And then when it started actually moving up, that's when people started to pay attention, because that's when it started to impact cryptos, more specifically Bitcoin. Since we looked at Dixie, I'm going to just quickly glance at Euro, because it is the most weighted out of the Dixie basket. And this is kind of this area on the weekly we'd want bulls to reject on Euro. You know, if it can reclaim like this weekly SMA 200, we get big moves down from that, especially deviations. For me, this is kind of an interesting point on Euro. You know, and remember, Euro going down has implications for Dixie more than all the other currencies. This is the more weighted one. And it's kind of an interesting point, because if Euro doesn't bounce from here, then this will break down more, in my opinion, and easily come back down to 108.09, 108, you know, 1.0867. So that is, if you guys are watching Dixie, I recommend watching the Euro, because just like you're at major support, Dixie's at major resistance.
And also, normally your coin talks about like the strength of your economy. Obviously, it's not a direct one-to-one relation, but you saw when we had the big type of a recession environment that Europe had, when everything was going on with no gas and everyone's going to freeze to death and all that shit. It had that big ass dump, and that coincided with basically economic activity, lots of inflation, etc. So I do think, just based on everything that's coming out of Europe, you've seen Volkswagen going to shit, BMW, every single Stellantis, all of those car makers, which are European, which are their biggest industry, honestly, because they're not a technology hub, and you see them going down and like cutting jobs and all that stuff, it would make me lean towards the euro actually losing a lot of strength versus the dollar eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, the euro, to me, I remember that time. I was in Europe when it was actually
very cheap.
It was cheap.
Yeah.
This was just a no-brainer long to me, because this was really bad news for Europe as a whole. But it is interesting to see. So, yeah, I mean, Euro is really trying to get some at least leg up, because if we do view it, big moves happen on the weekly once it reclaims that SMA 200. We see it more evidently here. Reclaimed it, started to consolidate above it, big launch. And to me, that's kind of what we're seeing. The opposite of bulls are trying to hold it, but they're failing. And if this does deviate, in my opinion, then this will have implications for Dixie actually gaining a lot of momentum and up. Because when it goes down, it really moves Dixie up. And you know, that's just something to be mindful of. I know I used to trade Forex, so I'd always like the euro to Dixie to Bitcoin pair, because while like euro's at daily support, you know, then that Dixie's at daily resistance, which probably means Bitcoin's at a precarious spot, which it is. So, you know, and that's why it's kind of an OP. You can use the three combos to trade. But for me now, yeah, if we're going back to Bitcoin, I'm pretty bearish on Bitcoin as long as we're under this green line. It's very simple to me. As long as we're under this green line, which is that daily EMA 100, we are bearish to me. And yes, that is disregarding the trend flip, which is fine, because I'm not trading this chop right now. I'm waiting for either an obvious higher low, which granted could be, Bitcoin could be trying to put that in now, especially on the weekly. It's more evident to me, and it doesn't look as bad on the weekly. But you know, if this weekly starts losing this 9, to me, that would not be the best of signs. So I'm more watching and waiting. Trend has flipped though, so we want to be on higher low watch. Usually that comes near the 34, right? I have that at 58,900, right? But bulls really don't want this last low to, in my opinion, get taken at 57,500. So if you're bullish and you have a bullish bias on this and you think we're going to the moon, it's an easy trade, because even on just a spot trade, you know exactly where you're wrong. If you're going with the thesis, which is the weekly trend has flipped, I want to long this and just not try to catch a bottom. I just want to long it and wait. It's easy then. Just have it at the last higher low, your stop loss, have it a little below it, because we actually started losing this low. This was a bull trap. This trend flip was a bull trap. And you wouldn't want to hold that if this was, because I promise you, a lot of people started to long here in anticipation of this happening. And so a lot of people are waiting or really excited to get positioned. And if this doesn't hold right at the 34, we have implications where we could run this low here. If we start losing, a major low like the ones we formed, to me, then that'll give us that measured move all the way down to 44K. So for me, I'm just cautious. I don't understand what's going on too fully in terms of the war. I don't know what Israel's going to do to respond. But I do know that, people are kind of de-risking from it. We're seeing that with Dixie. Bitcoin is now starting to look more weak. We're seeing that with just how the daily is closing. So I just think the responsible trade is just to wait. If that EMA 100 starts getting reclaimed again, cool. The trade thesis can be back on, but as long as it's below it, for me, it doesn't feel wise to long Bitcoin here. Mean reversion bounces can happen. I'm watching that 64K region. And then when we get to that level, 63.5 to 64K. When we get to that level, it'll be do we reject it? Probably, maybe. Or do we actually start breaking out? So that's kind of what I see on Bitcoin. I'm interested to see how foreign charts look, because to me, I'm not really getting much. We're just under major resistance. The daily EMA 100 still rejecting, and we're just forming these like Darth Maul candles on the daily for the past 2 days. Nice rallies up, and then rallies down, nukes, and then closes as a doji 2 days in a row. So
It's such a dick.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Let's see what the most bullish case scenario looks like, Farhan.
Yeah. I actually was going to start with the bullish opium.
But of course, this is your job. You're the vice president. You're the vice president of bullishness at ETA.
I'm not friends with any school shooters, though, just to make that clear.
Hang on, you're actually the president of bullishness, because that's it. That's it. Let's go.
All right, so on the 4 hour, we just had multiple drives of bullish divergence confirmed off of this low, and this low. Every single low was lower, but the RSI made higher lows, which is a technical definition of bullish divergence. And the difference between a regular bullish divergence and a hidden bullish divergence, because a lot of people ask that, is the regular divergence is a reversal divergence, and the hidden divergence is a continuation divergence. So the regular one does a reversal of the previous trend, while the continuation, or the hidden one, is a continuation of the previous trend. So right now we have hit all of our easy targets off of this bullish divergence, where we went up, we tapped the 21 EMA, we tapped the 200. And as long as we're below the 200, we have to assume that this is still a bearish setup, and that this RSI is eventually going to, divergence is eventually going to be invalidated. But right now, if we do close above this 200, which is currently at around 675, we'd have another target off of there to somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is right now at about 62,600. And the significance of that is that if you switch over to the daily right now was working on a drive of hidden bullish divergence from this low to this low, where price action made a significantly higher low, but the RSI went significantly lower. So there's a possibility for hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points. To confirm this hidden bullish divergence, you'd have to close above this candle's previous high, which right now is at $61,475. You confirm that, you would have a drive of hidden bullish divergence from this point to this point, and you would have a technical target from there to somewhere around the middle zone, or maybe a little bit higher than the middle zone. And right now that number is sitting at somewhere around, I believe, $64,000. Yeah, last time I checked, $64,100 is the area I'm looking at if that divergence is confirmed. But on the opposite hand, though, I'm going to have to cut that hope in a little bit short. If we tap this area, I feel like we're probably going to reject it and continue rolling over to the downside. And then at that point, we would have a drive of hidden bearish divergence form, because the RSI is going to be somewhere around this point, price action is going to be lower and the RSI is going to be higher than a whole bunch of previous points, and that's going to confirm hidden bearish divergence on the opposite end. But if we do somehow get a close below this area, let's draw a horizontal array. That would be a break of trend, and we would very likely come back towards these previous highs over here, somewhere around 66.5, and then at that area, we're very likely going to go higher because of the 2-week volatility that Alex just showed. And if we go down towards this line,
right underneath that, you have the SMA 200 on the daily, right?
Yeah, right here's where we're bouncing.
No. The SMA 200 on the daily is above. It's at 63,582.
Yeah.
On mine, it's at 59.9. I guess that might be the Coinbase chart. Let me switch to the index. No, even on my index, my SMA 200 is at.
Where do you have it, Alex?
Yeah, no, I'm at 63,586, 63,600 on a few
Yeah,
charts.
which you can do if price goes up there at around 63,582, you can do a short. I would assume you can try a short. The invalidation would be that higher high, high that you have on that long red candle. There you go.
Yeah, I see. I had my settings wrong. It was on.
And it actually rejected it right there.
Yeah, you're right.
We haven't tested it. That's what I was saying.
And that hidden bullish divergence would be a perfect retap of this 200.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Yeah.
Tap somewhere around here, hit this meme line, reject, and then roll over. That increases my conviction even more that the 64 area is probably going to be our next lower high.
That would be
some more cutting off the bullish opium, and we go to the 3-day. Right now, 3-day has confirmed several drives of hidden bearish divergence between this lower high, and this lower high over here, where the RSI went higher every single time, but price continued to make lower highs. And then if we look at the VNP/Joule, it is starting to curve over, and it's giving us a downwards curvature with a white oscillator right now, which is the neutral. On this next close, very likely that switches over to a dark blue, and then that's where the bearish fund starts. And this hidden bearish divergence is going to continue to play out. And since we've already hit the 55 EMA, our next target from there, if the bearish divergence is going to continue to play out, is going to be this 100, which is sitting at right just below $57,000 right now. Let's see if we have a corresponding RSI target to that. Exactly, right at the bearish control zone, sits at $57,394. So we're very likely going to break into the bearish control zone if this divergence continues. And that's going to tap that 100, which is right at that $57,000 number, which is also our RSI target as well. We check the 5. 5 just invalidated our hidden bullish regular bullish divergence. Weekly has also. Monthly still has the quarterly still has this hidden bullish divergence confirmed. It has not been invalidated yet, but it will be invalidated. It's going to take quite a bit to invalidate this. We're going to have to close a quarterly below 49,217, and that'll invalidate that. And then very likely we're coming down to the middle zone, and right now the middle zone is at $35,000, which is not a very pretty number to think about. And then if you look at Tether dominance, this is increasing the bearish hopium. Tether dominance has let's go, 3 drives confirmed of hidden bullish divergence on Tether dominance. Let's see every single time Tether dominance has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. Right here in January of 2021. Let's see what happened.
No, that was good.
They have we had a little bit of a dump before we went up, I believe. January of 2021. Yeah, right here. That's where we had this massive dump, where price went from $65,000 all the way down to $30,000. And that was off of a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence on Tether dominance, 55.69%, perfect number.
In one, it's a quarterly candle. I was like, in just one candle, what the fuck? Okay.
Most of it happened in like a month and a half, though.
Yeah.
So we had that one
not a daily.
That's crazy to me. We've never had that many drives on the quarterly ever.
Nope, we don't even have that much history on Tether dominance. And
you know what that means? Yeah,
this is the first time we've ever had 3 drives on the quarterly. And then the other time we had it was in April of 2019. where Tether dominance went up from just around 1% all the way up to around 5%. So that number was April of 2019. Let's go to the corn on April of 2019. April of 2019. This was our major top at $12,000 before we went all the way down to $4,400. This was the low was actually no, we went to 3,880, which was I believe on the COVID right around the COVID crash.
Yeah.
So one drive of hidden bullish divergence on Tether gave us our 55% dump in the summer of 2021. The other drive gave us our COVID crash. So what can we expect from this one, right? This time is different?
Well, this is what I want to say. You see how everything is kind of like fucked and nothing follows the traditional, let's just call it the traditional way, where you're seeing the DXY fucking rocket up and then the market is going up with it. Like there's a lot of correlation that has been lost. And I feel like for all of those correlations to start playing again, we're going to need a reset event. And a reset event was kind of like October 7th. A reset event was definitely COVID. And I do think like the elections and the aftermath of the elections, or whether it's this war, there's going to be a reset event. This is why, to me, I'm out of the market right now, because even though I know it's bullish, I feel like there's going to be a reset event. And when they do those reset events, you never know when it's going to happen. So it's just dumb to play it.
I hate to put this out there because I really, really, really hope it doesn't happen. But what if the reset event is an assassination of a certain presidential candidate?
Yeah, I mean, it could. I mean, they tried it already, dude. I don't know why people forgot about it. That was not that long ago. That was like 2 months ago.
And just tried it again.
Well, they try like every weekend. And now, to make it even worse, Elon Musk just announced that he's going to go with Trump to the rally in Pennsylvania at the same time. So fuck. Imagine that. Imagine that.
He has to get lucky every single time. They just have to get lucky once.
That's right.
Yeah, true.
Crazy.
And also, I don't know if this actually works. I got to check with Crown if this is accurate. But right now, our accumulation distribution on Tether dominance on the quarterly is dropping below its previous major low of January of 2023, right when Bitcoin was going from the low 40s all the way up to $73,000. But price action is significantly higher than where it was back then. So that would technically be hidden bullish divergence if you can use this indicator as that. I'm going to have to get confirmation on there, but I feel like you can because it's giving you the numbers of the distribution that was coming into the system.
It would make sense
with price action. So if that would be technically hidden bullish divergence if it confirms, which is basically confirmed, we would have to get a close above this candle's high right here, which is 6.51%. If we get a close above there, that setup is going to play out, and we're probably going to get another very expansive move on Tether dominance. Let's check the total cryptocurrency market cap. This isn't very useful because this includes a whole bunch of shitcoins that are basically dead and gone to zero, but it's not completely useless either. And right now we're getting a steady downtrend since the January of 2024, whenever Bitcoin initially broke the 50s upwards to $70,000. Since then, it's been on a steady downtrend. We've tested this 9 EMA once. We made a little bit of like a doji type of candle, but right now we're still volatility is still expanding, and we're still very likely to come down and test this 9 EMA at least one more time. And right now that sits at just below 1.9 trillion. That's like another 100 billion, 150 billion wiped off the cryptocurrency market cap.
That's a big red day.
The monthly right now is not looking the worst because we reclaimed the 9, and now we're still holding the 9 as support. But if we do lose this 9, all of these lows are very likely to break, and we're probably coming back down to this 55 EMA, which right now is at 1.4 trillion. That's going to be another about $650 billion wipe off of the cryptocurrency market cap. And the VMP right now is also rolling over as well. The Joule oscillator over here is shifting to the dark blue, while volatility is starting to contract a little bit. So if we were to lose that 9 EMA right here, this volatility is going to start to expand while this continues downwards, and that would give us, let's say the last time we had one of those, the volatility actually started expanding was like right over here. where the total market cap went from $3 trillion all the way down to 759 billion. Weekly, we had some bullish divergence. It's invalidated though. And 5-day has a fresh drive of hidden, 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. We have hit the easy target, which is the 55 EMA and the bearish control zone, which is right now at just around $2 trillion. But if we do lose this 55 EMA right here, our next target is going to be first this 100 and then the bearish control zone. And the 100 sits right now at 1.88 trillion, and the bearish control zone, bearish critical zone right now is at 656 billion, which is going to be a break of our previous lows too. It's not looking the best. Well, and at the same time, Bitcoin dominance is going to the absolute moon, which is not what you want to see on downward moves on Bitcoin, because that's telling you that everybody is getting into Bitcoin out of all their shitcoins. But the reason why you don't see the Bitcoin price going up is because after they get into Bitcoin, they're selling that shit for US dollars or Tether. You know, on the quarterly, it's just literally exploding. We've reclaimed this 21 EMA, which we've literally never been above the 21 EMA in the entire history of what they have on trading view for Tether Bitcoin dominance. We have never been over the 21. Now that we've closed over the 21, our next logical target would be somewhere over here, right around 70 to 71% on Bitcoin dominance.
That would be insane.
That would be an absolute bloodbath for altcoins. Like, it would literally send almost all of them to zero. Now let's switch to the HPDR chart. I had to start with the RSI today because on the RSI we had some very significant changes. Right now on the monthly, we are once again losing the 5 EMA, and we rejected the 50% range on the HPDR. So if we lose the monthly, like I said, the monthly 5 EMA previously is what maintains our uptrend. As long as we're holding the monthly 5 EMA, we usually continue up and to the right. Now we reclaimed the monthly 5 EMA on the last close, but we're about to lose it again right now. We still have 27 days, which is an eternity in the cryptocurrency world. But if we lose this 5 EMA, this is going to be a deviation. And when is the last time? This is the last time we deviated the 5 EMA. In March of 2022, when price went from $45,000 all the way down to $15,500. That was the last time that we deviated the 5 EMA. So if we deviate the 5 EMA again, oops, I actually moved my meme line. How much of a dump was this?
Oh, that was, yeah. And that was already on a move down.
Good Lord. Close your eyes.
No.
That brings us to $20,000. I don't think it's going to be that severe, to be honest, because we don't have those catalysts like we did at that point with Luna and FTX. Probably what's more realistic is somewhere around this 55, which is right around 37,000. But even that is such a scary fucking dump.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, if you're holding a large position on Bitcoin and that goes down like that, that's like a wipeout for most.
Yeah, you're gonna get phone calls from Marge. Those margin calls.
I
think that's why Homer's wife was named Marge.
Could be. I've never heard that, but I love it. I'm gonna start using it.
I stole it from Alex.
No, that's a good one.
Just block all calls from March. I don't like her. I don't want to.
Yeah. If you can block her forever, that'd be great.
I've already blocked Marge on iMessage, FaceTime, Instagram, Twitter, or X, LinkedIn, everything.
I just can't block her from my exchange.
That's the hardest skill. I got her blocked on LinkedIn too. I don't fuck around. So on the quarterly, we rejected the median within the blue 38.2% zone. And usually whenever you reject the median, statistically, you get a test down to the bottom 38.2% zone. And right now that level is lining up almost perfectly with this quarterly 9 EMA and which is right below the 38.2. But that number is right now at 52,950. And the 9 EMA is at 52,756. So that would be how much of a dump from here? That's not that much, but it's still a pretty significant amount. That's around 15% to around 18%. And that would also basically throw this whole bullish idea out the window, because we've lost this wick low. We're very likely going to lose this wick low on that test because of how much weakness there is in this area at this point. And if we check our HPDR momentum, that's also shifting down while volatility is shifting up. So we definitely have enough juice in the tank for that move to play out. This would be our next major top, and then we're very likely coming down towards this 21 EMA. And if you guys remember that previous number we looked at, around $37,000,
Yep.
it's perfectly where this 21 EMA is at. If we can find the most, if this were to play out and we can find the most bullish hopium possible, like the most like to the moon crypto type of hopium, is that we make our next macro like bear market low here, consolidate sideways somewhere between low or mid 30s to like maybe 40s, go sideways for like 8 months, 9 months, 12 months, and then from there we test this median area around $113,000, and that would also fuck everybody over who was expecting 100K this cycle and going balls deep on leverage for 100K. There's a whole bunch of people on crypto Twitter who are still holding longs from the 30s who are hoping for 100K, and they're highly leveraged.
Just get out. Just get
highly
out.
Leveraged.
Oh.
There's one guy who I've been following for the longest time who just recently closed his longs. He just capitulated. He was long from 34K on 100x leverage. But Buddy was holding it like all through the 70s, talking about 100K is next, 100K is next. But he's the only one I've seen that's actually decided to close their longs. Everybody else is like, I'm in from mid 30s. I'm not worried about anything. I can just ride this out until we go to 100K. Imagine
That's
Bitcoin's.
That's why I do think 20s is might be realistic quickly again at some point, because there's a lot of people on that came in after the 25, 28, the rally basically of October 7th, and they're still there. And those guys at some point need to be fucked out of the market. Yeah,
because they all think they're safe with their mid 30s entries and their low 30s with high leverage. Imagine Bitcoin just goes psych, fuck you, and it does a quick wick right below their entries, stops them out or liquidates them, because a whole bunch of them have liquidations above their entry price now, because it's not
they
free.
Keep adding.
It's not a lot of them are even adding. It's not free to hold your positions. You have to pay a funding fee every 8 hours to hold your position. So that funding fee stacks up, and eventually, because of how much funding fee has been taken out of your initial margin, your liquidation price is significantly higher than your entry price.
You're absolutely right, and especially if you're going with such high margin.
So then it would be the most Bitcoin move ever to just pull that, come all the way down towards this 21, wick below it, liquidate all of them before a consolidation, and then we actually go for 100K.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you basically just described the history of Bitcoin in one sentence.
So maybe we're all Satoshi, except for Craig Wright. He's not Satoshi.
Poor guy. He keeps telling everyone he is. By the way, do you really think an HBO documentary discovered who Satoshi is, but not the CIA or the NSA or anybody else?
Fuck no, they're just engagement forming.
100%.
So on the weekly right now, on the HPDR, we got 2 weekly closes above it, but we were not able to make it towards this top 38.2%, and now we're losing the median again. We have 2 days and 10 hours to go, but if we do lose this median, not only are we losing that, we're losing the 21 EMA as well. That gives us a statistical probability of coming back down towards this bottom 38.2% and another tap of this 55 EMA. And right now that's at mid 54s, like 54,500, 54,400 area. And that would also put into question this structure that we're trying to put in on the weekly. And if bulls are not able to hold this area and put in some serious buying action and strong wick towards the upside, we're very likely going to break these lows and come down towards the 61.8 or the and which would likely line up with this 100 EMA at that point, which is just below $50,000 at like 49,000, basically 49,000 exactly. And if the 100 doesn't move up by that point, that one is sitting at 47,000. And right now our weekly HPDR momentum is also flipping back down. Let's see, it's lower than this one is. 64,290, 65. Okay, so the price went higher, but the momentum did not go higher. So that is technically a little bit of divergence right there. Yeah, so that would also increase our chances of going down towards that $53,000 number, while volatility is still flat. we're getting a move from 60, 65.8 down to our wick low of this week is currently 59.8. While that entire time that dump was happening, volatility did not even move. It just kind of like went sideways. So imagine if we do get this dump down towards 54K, that's when volatility is likely going to start ticking up. And volatility is going to be still below 20%. It's going to have a lot of juice to keep going down. To eventually probably come down towards that low 40s, get a little bit of bounce there, get everybody bullish, maybe go back up to like somewhere around 50K, 52K, reject there, and then we actually get that $37,000, $38,000 number we were looking at before. Let's check the HPDR on Tether dominance. And right now, Tether dominance is giving us the exact opposite of Bitcoin on the HPDR. We were holding this bottom 38.2% in this 200 SMA, and we're getting an expansive move above. Right now, we're finding some resistance at this 100. But the reason why I think this resistance is going to break is because of the statistical probabilities that the HPDR gives you, that once you hold this area and close above it, you're very likely to come to test this median right now, which is above this meme line and right around this previous rejective high at 6.09%. And if you do not, like, if it does not reject that area like right away and it just consolidates around here, then we have our increased probabilities of going up towards this top 38.2%, which right now is at 6.96%. If only those last two numbers were reversed, but it is what it is.
It's still nice, 6.9. I'll take it. That's just a different variation of the same.
I see. Master degenerate at work.
Absolutely, sir.
Our HPDR momentum is flipping up on the weekly for Tether dominance, while the volatility is flipping down, which is another setup of testing the median, just like closing over the 38.2%. And that median right now, like we said before, is at 6.09%. If we get that would very likely line up with Bitcoin coming back down to retest the 54s. Our whole structure would be put into question, and then this Tether dominance on the weekly is likely to continue its uptrend towards these previous highs right over here, right around this this area where it initially broke down at 7.51%, which is around that 7% number we were looking at from the RSI. So we have, like, basically, as you can say, all of the stars are aligning for some short-term bullish hopium versus long-term bearish hopium, and that's. I try to present as much bullish hopium as possible, but I think I might have given more bearish hopium than I did bullish hopium.
I was going to say, there's also a limit to reality, right? You can only, I mean, you're not the U.S. government. You just can't give us incorrect numbers and just whatever you want the number to be.
Fuck, I wish I could just fake the numbers.
Right.
That'd be incredible if we could do it on Bitcoin. That'd be excellent. I get good news. So the next one could be XRP for whoever wants to do it next, and then right after Rivian, which both of them right now are interesting as fuck.
I'd like to do XRP.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll do it.
All righty. I'll jump into this one. Thank you, boys. Vale, pues estamos viendo Bitcoin en la de 3 días. Denme un segundo. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral, obviamente, para poder poner contexto a toda la movida que hemos estado viendo. Entonces, empezamos por acá. Bitcoin está cotizando en este momento en 61,113. Estamos en esta parte. Estos fueron los altos del 2021. Esto fue en abril del 2021. Este fue el de noviembre del 2021. Y ahora tuvimos nuevo alto acá. Creo que fue en marzo del 2024. Tuvimos un alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Es lo que hemos estado viendo. Pero cuando ponemos acá nuestros promedios, podemos ver que en la zona del 50,000 es donde se encuentra el 9. Y normalmente el 9 es retesteado, pero también una vez que pierdes el 9 es oficialmente en una de estas tablas cuando el mercado se va hasta el fondo, y cuando lo vuelves a ganar es cuando el mercado hace topes. Entonces, muy importante este número que tienen por acá, el 50,161, y también el 37, porque si pierdes el 9, hemos visto acá que si una vez que lo pierdes, también pierdes el 21, que es el amarillo, y cuando pierdes el 21 tomó 1, 2, casi 3/4, que son casi un año básicamente abajo de esta línea amarilla el precio, y es algo que no nos gustaría ver. Ese número está en 37,000. En este momento nos vamos a acercar más y vamos a poner Bitcoin a la tabla mensual. En la mensual nos estamos viendo todavía bastante bien. Estamos arriba del 9, que está saludablemente en los 58.949. Tenemos un poco de confluencia justamente aquí en los 49.000 y el promedio de las 55 en los 36.837, lo que nos da un poco de esos lugares en común con la trimestral, obviamente diferentes promedios. Vamos a ver esto. Recuerda, mientras más nos acercamos a la temporalidad, me refiero, si estás viendo una de 3 meses, el movimiento que está reflejando en 3 meses va a tomar año, año y medio en jugar. La mensual, 6 meses a un año, la semanal de 3 semanas a varias. Entonces, y mientras más te acercas al presente, que pones la de 1 hora, esa te está diciendo cuándo empieza el movimiento que vas a ver eventualmente en la de 3 años. En la de 3 meses, es como funciona esto. Entonces, mientras más nos acercamos, vamos a notar más de esto. Ahora, queremos acercarnos a hacerlo en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas también tenemos confluencia acá. El promedio de la 100 está en los 39.000. Y podemos ver que acá estamos perdiendo el promedio de la 9 en la de 2 semanas. Es muy importante poder mantenerlo. Está en 61.608. El del 21 está en 57.409, que es bastante de nuestros objetivos a corto plazo si es que no podemos romper estructura hacia la alza. Cuando nos ponemos en la semanal, aquí es donde se pone ya interesante la cosa, porque tienes el promedio de las 200, que eso quiere decir a largo plazo, que esto las quieres ver solamente en movidas de largo plazo, también está en esa zona de $39,000. Y el promedio de los 100 está en 47,000, casi en punto, y sabemos que estas van a seguir subiendo, lo que probablemente vayan a tener confluencias con estas líneas más o menos. Pero por ahora, lo que podemos ver de cerca es que el 9 está por encima del 21, estamos siendo un poco rechazados en el 21 y queremos aguantar eso. Definitivamente, si somos alcistas, queremos poder aguantar esta zona crítica en el precio de Bitcoin para el más corto plazo. Los voy a llevar a la de 3 días, que es algo que también estábamos viendo, donde ya empezamos a ver rechazos. El rechazo de la 9 acá en los 61.700, el del 21 en 61.344, pero estamos justamente peleando en el rango entre el 55 y el 21, que está en 60.773 y el 21 en 61.348. Queremos, si eres alcista, poder romper esta zona y treparte encima del 21, que está en 61.785. Si no podemos hacer eso, estaríamos básicamente confirmando que esto básicamente es un alto más bajo y podría empezar a darnos el movimiento a la baja que creemos va a empezar a dar. Puedes ver que también el promedio de la 100 en el gráfico de 2 días está en el 59.935, que es justamente la parte donde coincide con esta línea de meme. El 21 y el 55 se acaban de dar la vuelta acá. Esto es algo, estás perdiendo un cruce plateado acá y el 21 está aquí arriba apuntando para abajo. Una zona crítica, literalmente pasar esta línea de meme que va para abajo. Y les voy a enseñar esto limpio. Espérenme. Esta línea, por más sucia que se vea con todas las desviaciones que tiene, ha funcionado súper bien para entender cuál es una zona crítica y de ahí también tienes que darte espacio para ver si lo vas a romper a la alza o no. Pueden verla pasar por acá. Normalmente no le pones tanta atención a eso, pero esta línea está básicamente hecha en ¿qué temporalidad? Le dicen temporalidad súper alta, en la de, no, un mes, para que lo puedan ver un poco mejor. A ver, padrino, ¿es esta la de un mes, la que hiciste? No, no es un mes, semanas. Semanas. Pueden darle una buena idea acá. Esa es una desviación, ni siquiera pudiste romperlo y esto podría ser otra desviación. Y puedes ver aquí cómo en la semanal estás abajo de la misma y la estás perdiendo. Es por eso que es importante poder mantener y que coincide con todos los promedios encima de esta línea. ¿Quieren ser alcistas a corto plazo? Vas a tener que poder acercarte a los 62.442, que es donde está el promedio de las 9 y también donde tienes confluencia con el 21. Lo que creemos es que puede haber un movimiento hasta este promedio de las 200, lo que permitiría dar una excelente entrada para un short o un long. ¿A qué nos referimos con esto? Si quieres el bid del promedio de las 200 acá, lo que haces es, el precio va a llegar acá, tú entras justamente en esta zona para hacer un corto y puedes poner tu stop loss aquí arriba de este mechazo. Si llega a pasar el precio de este mechazo, muy probablemente vaya a continuar para arriba. Ahora, esto no te está dando el rango es bastante alto de esta diferencia y acuérdate, Bitcoin le encanta hacer estas porquerías. Entonces yo probablemente lo partiría en algo más alto si es que quiero entrar, pero tu long también lo haces una vez que superas esto, los 64,139, porque eso te daría mínimo un objetivo a poder ir a buscar estos 65,590. Estamos de nuevo en la diaria, abajo del 100, abajo del 55, rechazó el 21, ni siquiera pudimos tocar el 9 y tenemos el promedio de las 200 muy encima con el rechazo que se dio más o menos acá, lo puedes ver, y acá también, donde te da unos buenos putazos para abajo. Así que en este momento estamos en neutral porque estamos en una zona literalmente de juegos pendejos, así es como le vamos a decir esta zona, donde no nos dice nada si va a ir hasta arriba, si va a ir hasta abajo. Literalmente esta es una zona crítica y tienes que empezar a recuperar estos niveles. De nuevo, tu primer nivel a recuperar son por ahí de los 62,230 a corto plazo para poder darte continuación a lo que sigue. Y si eres rechazado acá y empiezas a bajar y pierdes los 59,886, siguiente objetivo que no quieres romper son los 58,193 y de ahí te imaginarás tu próximo mínimo, no quieres romper, estará por acá en los 53,901. ¿Por qué estamos viendo en el otro lado la dominancia de Tether, que es literalmente lo contrario a esto? Es bastante alcista. Puedes ver que el 21 subió sobre el 55, ese le da un cruce plateado en la diaria y el 9 está ahora encima de los 3. Esto es, en mi opinión, un setup perfecto para seguir empujando a la alza, pero también tuviste este rechazo de la línea meme en el 5,91%. Sí, eres bajista en Bitcoin, quieres ver que esto pueda retomar la línea de los 5,90 y sobre todo con los índices de volatilidad y de momentum que nos enseñó Farhan, esto podría ser tranquilamente algo que veríamos en el futuro cercano. Cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal, podemos ver que estamos intentando retomar el promedio de la 100, que está aquí arriba. Brincamos del 200 y estamos por encima de todos menos el de 100, que es bastante importante. Entonces, debe haber continuación en ese movimiento por ahí. En temporalidades más altas, que esto es una gráfica mensual, puedes ver que estás por encima del 9, estás retomando el 21 y si sigue este movimiento a la alza y puedes romper los 5,91%, esto te podría dar un movimiento que te lleve al 6,9%, que es arriba de este mínimo, y eso literalmente sería pésimo para Bitcoin, eso lo pondría en un mercado bajista. Por ahora estamos todos viendo qué es lo que va a pasar, estamos en algo de neutral. Hay trades intradiarios, pero no con movimientos muy largos, muy grandes, por lo que cada quien vaya a tomar su riesgo tal cual, pero es lo que tenemos en este momento en Bitcoin. Y si quieren aprender más de Bitcoin, únanse al Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es absolutamente gratis para todos ustedes que quieren aprender. Aquí está toda la comunidad. Más de, ¿cuántos somos ya? 3,500 miembros, me parece. No estoy completamente seguro. Pero vengan a decir hola, ¿por qué no? Les voy a compartir la pantalla para que lo vean. Vengan a decir hola aquí en el Discord y para utilizarlo es súper fácil. Pueden picarle acá, vas a entrar, vas a decir aquí Elite Trading Academy. Una vez que le picas, el link también está en la descripción de abajo y también si quieren tradear con nosotros futuros de Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum, XRP, todo eso lo pueden hacer aquí abajo usando nuestro código de referidos. Con eso van a poder entrar en nuestros torneos de trading y diferentes actividades que vamos a estar haciendo y también recibirás bonos de diferentes exchanges. Estamos con BitGet, estamos con Bluffing por este momento y ahí tienen los enlaces. Aquí están los análisis del buen Alex compartiendo con toda la comunidad como siempre. De nuevo, todo esto es gratis. Chat general donde tenemos a todos los tíos peleándose en inglés o en español. No, la neta, excelente comunidad. Criptolingo para que aprendas también a entender todos los términos que a veces se nos van porque todo el mundo habla como si todo el mundo entendiera todo. Ven a enseñarnos tus ganancias o tus pérdidas, carnal. Es lo que estamos aquí para. Ver nada más esta belleza. Un shortazo en Bitcoin con 89%, 124% de ganancias. Me gusta esto. Yex, excelente. Buena movida. Ven a pedirnos tablas también. Ven a ver todos los enlaces oficiales que tenemos para que no te vean la cara para nuestros exchanges y puedas también comprar futuros, etcétera, tradear futuros. Ven a platicar, a compartir noticias con nosotros, ven a decir hola y en general, pues aquí estamos en Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Alrighty, boys. What are we getting into? Rivian?
I think we got Rivian, yeah.
You want to do Rivian first or XRP?
Might as well just do Rivian. Why not? There's really not much to update, but okay. So viewing Rivian here, I mean, we'll just backtrack again. So we were talking about it being in this channel here. We mentioned that there's more of a probability of it breaking down simply because of how this green line, this daily EMA 100, was acting as resistance after we basically reclaimed it and it fell below it. But then also we had the silver cross to the downside here. We mentioned that, you know, there's not really been many silver crosses in Rivian's history, but the ones that we identified led to on average 30% moves. And so we talked about that in correlation with, you know, massive support here, right at, you know, to the $10 range. And that basically got us there. The silver cross to rejection here, we've basically hit the measured move. And so this is something I talked about last stream, which was, you know, if you're bullish on this chart, you want to see this $10, it's exactly at $10.07, actually hold. This should be an area where bulls should step up now. They don't need a V recovery out of here. They ideally, what bulls want is consolidation, just like drawn here. That would be, in my opinion, the best case scenario. The issue is if we do get a massive V recovery bounce out of here, you know, we have to be mindful of, and I'll delete this now. We have to be mindful of the weekly. The weekly is actually looking quite bearish to me. It's looking bad. So we've been going down for 3 weeks straight. You know, this weekly is closing in 5 hours. A mean reversion bounce in next week wouldn't surprise me. We still have to look at this area here as resistance, which is corresponding with that weekly 9, lining up with this massive breakdown zone. Not only on the weekly, but, you know, on the 2-day as well. We're getting that 34, right, coming down right in that zone with the 21. This would be the area I'd be watching for as an opportunity. But as it stands, we still, even on the 2-day, have a silver cross to the downside. And you can see since we broke down from that 2-day EMA 9, we actually haven't tested it at all. And so first rejection points need to first be mindful of this EMA 9. Because when we basically keep front running it, we're not really hitting it, we're still breaking down. To me, it's massive resistance, and it's something to be mindful of. Is, you know, overall, when this chart is basically sold down for as much as it is, even a rally up to, and let's put into perspective here, from wick low to here, a 16% rally could still just be a major rejection zone. And that's kind of the issue with such a weak chart like Rivian is, you know, it's basically just been really sold down to the point where even if it gets any kind of bullish structure, it would need to move up over, you know, 10% to get there. And then, you know, we have massive resistance in this zone. Even if it reclaims the daily 9, we still have the 21, the 34. And then if it even gets above there, we still have the 100 and the 200. That's why I talked about, you know, if you're bullish on Rivian, your best case would be consolidation. At least then we can start getting these moving averages more down, resetting the oscillators as we see they're starting to curve down. You know, ideally bulls would want this to start resetting again to potentially give them the upper hand. But as long as, you know, even we're under the daily, the silver cross to the downside still is very valid, you know, and this was basically the last spot I talked about on this chart that bulls need to step in here. We're getting some reactions very weak, and that's evident on this hourly. Even just going to an hourly, you know, the reaction here is pretty bad. We can see, you know, basically bulls could not hold this on an hourly. It's now deviating. That deviation, especially on a lower time frame, might give bulls the momentum they need to actually go up. But remember, what I was saying is any rallies at this point probably get heavily sold off right in this, you know, $10 to $11 region, which is just playing the daily EMA 9, which is what we should be looking at first, especially when we have a daily and a 2-day silver cross. And so that's why, you know, I'll keep saying it. you're bullish on this, your best case is just consolidation. Maybe it forms some structure, goes down, doesn't break the lows that it made, and then it can push up. But even rallies into this zone first need to look that you first need to watch that as a rejection point, especially just because of how the weekly's looking. You know, why make it harder for yourself in trading if you know that the weekly EMA 9 has been a major rejection point since losing it here? Rallied up, rejected, rallied up, rejected. So if we get any kind of bounce into next week, assuming this $10.06 level holds, you know, I'm watching this to be a major short opportunity, which has, you know, nice confluence to me with at least, you know, Rivian at least testing the 9 again, if not the 21, if it wants to populate. For some reason, my trading view is being slow. But yeah, so I mean, we are basically, and there it is, the 21 here. Next closure, this will come down more. And so we're getting nice confluence in this zone here. It would make sense for a bounce. We've been just going down only. This would be the spot, in my opinion, right in here for a bounce. Is that bounce playable to me? No. Again, I think it's wise to wait. You can get bullish on this chart again if we start reclaiming $13.70. To me, reclaiming $13.70 could give bulls enough fuel to at least test this $15 level. But as it stands, all rallies up to $12.30 to me are going to be looked at as major rejection points. And it would be better for bulls just to consolidate. If we get a massive squeeze up, just like Alejandro mentioned, because he's been watching this chart a lot more than me, any kind of major squeezes up gets sold down. They're often the short opportunities, you know, and we always get bounces. An example here, even as battered down as this chart was, we still got a massive squeeze up. And remember, it doesn't look like a lot, but from wick low to rejection high, it still moved 44% in 19 days. And so that's why it's something to be very mindful of with this chart, especially if you're maybe playing it on the short side, is we always get big squeezes up. It's just a matter of, do these squeezes actually produce any kind of bullish momentum, or do they usually, as history has shown us, just kind of fizzle out and reject? Lastly, you know, we had a quarterly, and it's important, but I also think viewing the 6 month kind of says it all. You know, before I do that, I'll go to the monthly. And remember, this chart is a massive downtrend. It's in a massive downtrend. And the only level I can have for bulls currently is it holding this $10 zone. We're only getting basically 2 touch points of data on a monthly chart. And we understand that, I guess, this is somewhat the level Rivian likes to hold. But don't get it twisted. We are still in a downtrend, and bulls are extremely horny to get this down and actually break this $10 zone. Next zone will directly take us to this $8 region. And by then, we're probably making new yearly lows. And the reason I'm saying that is because going not to the 3 month, but to the 6 month, it kind of tells a different story here. You know, when you're viewing a 6 month here, you really look at this chart, there's really not much to be bullish on. You know, we've essentially only had one 6 month closure of green, all the rest red. This is a massive rejection candle. If we just like really analyze this candle, this is disgusting. I mean, from this wick body here, this rejection here, you know, 28% from where we're at, it's a 46% move. If this one little line doesn't hold here, there's really not much. And these, you know, green lines are the silver crosses. I'll delete it for this. You know, there's really not much but air at this point. There's just a wick. We could definitely fill in this wick. And that's why, to me, it's very hard for me to be bullish on this chart, other than talking about potential mean reversion bounces. But even then, if we do get a mean reversion bounce, we have to look at this zone first as major resistance. So it's very, very hard for me to give any kind of bullish hopium other than this. Just, you want consolidation. What you don't want is potentially this weekly to close. It does this, bounces up, and then rejects. And that kind of, this fuels our move all the way down. And what we know with Rivian is it actually on the weekly likes to reject, you know, the, what was it? Yeah, the 21 pretty nicely. So would it really surprise anyone for it to go maybe a little higher, test this zone, get longs really horny, for it just to full on deviate? Maybe. So that is something that everyone should be mindful of. The 2 day and 1 day silver cross is still heavily valid, which easily could bleed into the 5 day You know, this would need to come down though more, obviously, but the 2-day is still very valid and it's actually more fresh. And it's interesting to see that we haven't tested the 2-day 9 in a long time. And so that's going to be the first point, $11.50, first major point of rejection. If not, then I'm watching this $12.60 to $12.30. If that doesn't get rejected, then we have to all eyes on this 100, right at $14 to $13.60. But assuming that, you know, this holds, because if this doesn't hold, we just know the last time this one little meme line didn't hold, the reaction here was pretty aggressive. I mean, without stopping from this closure, we went down another 13% and then found some kind of bottom. Why I'm not convinced, like Rivian bulls need this to be a bounce zone now, is because if we start going more into the zone, we're really running the risk of us making a new monthly lower low, which really, you know, would be exactly what the trend is telling us. And so that's why it's fine to be bullish here. You should expect a bounce here, but this is still looking like a massive downtrend. On the monthly, the 6-month chart looks absurd, terrible, in the sense of that just looks really heavy. And then the 3-month as well. The 3-month here put in an actual reversal candle on the quarterly. So what you would expect here then is if this is truly going to play out, we'd expect this quarterly to actually be red, pretty red, which could line in with what I'm saying is if this downtrend actually keeps playing out, we would expect this new quarterly open, in my opinion, to form an actual new low. And that could come in anywhere around here, $7 to $6 region. If assuming, and that's why this spot is very important for bulls. If bulls don't step in here, yeah, they really run the risk of this chart fully breaking down and making a new yearly low. And that's why, you know, we just want to watch closely because we are at the zone I talked about. From this point I mentioned when we were at 13, almost $14, you know, $10 to me wouldn't be a surprise. Now we're here. And so we want to see the reaction. Does it hold? Can we consolidate, actually reset the momentum oscillators, get these moving averages more down? That way bulls can have more of a chance of reclaiming it. Or do we just full on break down from here as kind of viewed on the lower time frames? You know, it's not looking the strongest and it's not holding. We had a massive dump to support, getting some bounce here. But, you know, if this doesn't hold, then we have to look then to potentially next week opening more red. Today's closure is going to be key. I'm more on the camp though that bulls will step in at this point, but you know, no trigger, no trade, and there's definitely no long trigger here. That's just more gambling because you don't have a logical stop yet. That's why your best case is just to wait for more data to come and potentially have this scenario, which will take many, many, many weeks. But then maybe this consolidation can actually lead to some kind of sustained move up. That's kind of all I have on this. There's not really much to update. We're just waiting. The breakdown happened and people printed on that short we talked about. You know, and so now it's just more of, because that was a 27% move we gave from stream to now. Now we're just in that literal major support zone where if it doesn't hold, it's probably fucked for a very long time. And Rivian probably makes a new yearly low. And it's more evident on a 6-month chart, in my opinion. It's hard to be bullish on a 6-month chart. Certain shit coins look better than Rivian right now.
It's true.
Yeah, it is true, 100%.
But by the way, that yes, Farhan?
I was going to say the Saudis want a better entry.
That's right. I was going to say, that's right. Because right now, like, this is a mega opportunity for anyone, again, to jump in. And I'm not saying now at $10. You have to realize that the reason why we're seeing the price reach again $10 is because Rivian had a problem with their supply chain that didn't allow them to make as many cars as deliver and make as many cars as they did last year. So they're already, like, compared to last year, down. So people are looking at that without any context and going like, that's bad. That was just announced literally last night or today. So you see the price hitting that $10 mark. That's where we got. The worst news hasn't hit yet. The worst news is they also had expectations of becoming profitable towards the end of the year, on the last quarter of the year. That ain't happening. And they haven't said that.
That's going to be bad.
So when people figure out The genius news that if you make less of something that requires for you to make more so that prices can come down and your margins can get better, then that means your margins are going to be shittier. So you have another announcement that's going to be negative.
Unless they go the Elon route with the carbon credits.
I don't know if they're doing that or what the fuck they're doing, but also they have different types. It's a complete, I want to say that it's a completely different structure from what like Elon was building from the start, right? Because these guys are just more focused on technology and also just making a really nice car in a different way than Elon was with the autopilot and what he wanted to do with his cars. So I'd say you're going to see probably a bounce up because everyone's going to think this is the bad news. The bad news will be we're not going to be profitable in Q4. We're probably not going to be profitable Q1 of next year because we need to ramp up production, and that's going to push another the price down. And then there's a possibility that at that point they might do another stock offer, and if they do that and dilute the rest, that could be the bottom. That would be the worst case scenario, but at least we should get another wave of bad news.
Do you think that will break the $8 low?
Oh yeah, yes. If they announce because that's what happened on the first major breakdown on the 16 that went to 12 was the offering. Like they went out and said we're gonna get more, we're gonna offer more shares, more stock in order to finance ourselves better, because they are getting to that critical point. Even though Volkswagen is giving them money, I think the timelines do not match, and they're either going to have to do convertible notes or they're just going to do a larger stock offer. And the other reason why I don't think it's the bottom is I'm barely now seeing the Twitter experts that talk about Rivian all day at like talking to the CEO and giving him advice as to how to run the company, like in an NFT group. You know, when the price goes down, everyone in the NFT group knows better than the guy running it, and they tell you, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So we haven't really gotten to the NFT craze of everybody jumping on the CEO. It's just barely getting started. And if it's just barely getting started, all these really smart people telling the CEO how to do the job right, it's going to continue to go down, in my view. So this is why I'm still telling people, but I do think this will be the opportunity that we had with Tesla before Tesla became profitable, because everyone is also forgetting about how that happened.
Yeah, well, after the Tesla CFO left, the stock price, like I think 50% in a day or something like that.
I can't remember.
It was around 2018 during the when he was.
Oh yeah, when he was like 300. No, it was like 350, 370, and he went to like 250, 240. Right? That's what the
it was a huge nuke whenever the CFO just walked out.
Yeah.
But whenever Rivian does hit those prices, though, Saudi is going to be there with their laptops open saying, entry price, I just marketed by Habibi Kingship.
I honestly think Apple might have not done it on the first time, but they might do it on this one.
Yeah, because they also did cancel their car programs. Now they need to just acquire somebody else.
They spent $12 billion on their car, on their electric car that never went anywhere. And Rivian right now, market cap is 10.2 billion. Why wouldn't you buy them? You need, like, Tesla can turn around and make computers. Tesla can turn around and make phones. Tesla can turn around and make anything they want in their gigafactories because they have all those components. Tesla, what's really smart about what they do is they act like those Chinese companies that do everything. And Elon understands that. Yeah, exactly. Well, like Foxconn, or you can just even go with Huawei or Xiaomi. All of those guys have phones, cars, computers, etc. Right? So Elon does the same thing. Apple can't do the car. They proved it. They failed. They canceled it. So now they're going to need someone that is able to produce at this level. And even though everyone, because I know everyone is an expert on production, everyone has made many products that sell in millions of stores. And those are the people that we're listening to on Twitter saying that Rivian doesn't know what they're doing. All of those really brilliant people, sarcasm, obviously, those people have no fucking idea of how hard it is to do this. And these guys at Rivian and what they know, and specifically because of where Hassan comes from, which I can say that because there's an interview where he talks about it, where Hassan comes from and his background in producing cars, people will understand that this is something that will be here it's here to stay. Like, it's here to stay. So we just need to let everyone digest, all the experts, all the bad news, start giving them more advice. And when you see the experts at top level just going like, fuck it, just sell the company or whatever they're going to say, that's when we buy. And then we go to the moon again, just like we did last time. And this time around, because now interest rates are going to be down, it's going to be a big, big, big one-way trip to fucking Mars.
And their like main issue is profitability. So imagine what happens to their stock price if it's announced that Apple is acquiring them, because money is not going to be an issue anymore.
No.
Well, yeah, but they're also not going to have that issue next year. By summer of next year, I think, or by the third quarter of next year, they're not going to have that problem. And that's when Tesla did the jump, the mega jump from like the 240, 250, 350, and was like basing right there to thousands of dollars, did it when they became profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to happen. It's just a little delayed. And people think that the world works the way that they were taught in school. Like if you don't bring your homework tomorrow and it's not done, no one will ever hire you again. And companies just work on time and everything comes out when they say that, it's just the mentality of someone who's never done shit with their life, honestly, to be honest with you, and just work for someone.
They should work for government then, because in government, the more you fuck up, the higher you go.
You'll see all those CEOs come out soon and start telling RJ what to do at Rivian. You'll see it. Just watch it. Just be patient. All righty. So I got ETH for you, Alex, because we're doing XRP right now with Farhan. Let me just present Rivian to everybody.
Cool.
Thank you, boys. Y antes de hablar de Rivian, quiero repetir justamente lo que estábamos diciendo en este momento en inglés, porque estamos viendo el precio cayó a los $10. Esa es una zona bastante importante para el precio. Y como lo veo y como veo mi análisis para esto a futuro es esto. Todavía todas las malas noticias de Rivian no han llegado. ¿Por qué el precio cayó ahorita todavía más? Recuerden, normalmente las noticias que nosotros escuchamos es lo que la gente y en los fondos ya saben y por eso empiezas a ver la venta. Y después, cuando ya nosotros escuchamos, es normalmente el final de la noticia. Por lo que mucha gente, en mi opinión, va a empezar a comprar por aquí de la zona de los 10, creyendo que esto ya chingó, no se rompió esta zona y vamos a irnos al cielo y caché el fondo, ¿no? Porque la vez pasada no tuve los huevos de comprar en 10, pero esta vez sí compré en 10. Entonces, perfecto, nos vamos a ir al cielo. La cosa es, va a tener un rebote porque Rivian le encanta rebotar agresivamente y después volver a caer y crear un nuevo mínimo. No lo dudo y no les voy a decir que compren el rebote. Yo no voy a jugar el rebote, no me interesa. Yo quiero hacer un movimiento grande y al final les voy a decir exactamente cuál va a ser y cómo va a ser. En este momento, con Rivian anunciando para todos ustedes que tienen problemas en la cadena de suministro y que van a tener que hacer menos coches de lo que pensaban a principio de año, porque a principio de año, cuando tuvieron la caída grande, habían dicho que iban a hacer menos de 56,000, 57,000 coches. No, habían dicho que iban a hacer la misma cantidad y todo el mundo esperaba que hicieran más. Ahora van a hacer menos por estos problemas en la cadena de suministro. Van a entregar, me parece que eran, ¿qué? 47,000, 46,000. Di el número al principio del stream, no me acuerdo. Y con eso, obviamente, el mercado, pues dijo, hoy, vale, pues nos vamos a caer. El precio ya estaba en los 10, 70 y tantos, ¿no? Entonces lo llevó a los 10, vale. Todo el mundo cree que ese es el fin de las malas noticias. Las malas noticias van a continuar. ¿Por qué? Porque Rivian ha estado diciendo que en el último cuarto de este año iban a empezar a hacer dinero en cada coche que vendieran, porque recuerden que están vendiendo coches a pérdidas. Los únicos que no en el mercado americano y en el mercado, sí, el mercado americano, olvídense de China. Los únicos que no tienen ese tipo de pérdidas en sus coches eléctricos son Tesla. Tesla está ganando y lo único que le está pasando a Tesla es su margen se está reduciendo por los descuentos que tienen que dar a través de incentivos. ¿Ok? Rivian sigue perdiendo dinero. Con este problema, y esto es algo que todavía la gente no sé por qué no lo quiere entender, para ustedes que lo puedan entender, los va a poner muy adelante en el juego. El juego de los coches eléctricos es tienes que construir un chingo de ellos para poder hacer mucho dinero. Si no puedes expander tu producción y escalarla a un número donde estés comprando todo al mayoreo, tan barato que no tenga sentido, como lo hace Tesla, como lo hacen los chinos, no vas a poder ganarle para nada al coche. Ese es el problema que tiene Ford. Mientras menos coches eléctricos quieran hacer, mientras más habla GM de que menos coches eléctricos quieren hacer, Stellantis, todos ellos, más los pone para atrás en la carrera para el futuro. ¿Por qué? porque se llama economía a escala. Mientras más produces, mejor te va y mejores precios y mejores márgenes. Y estos tíos no pueden hacer eso. No pueden, no lo comprenden y en mi opinión personal, a futuro Ford, todos ellos van a irse a la bancarrota, se los he dicho 1000 veces, y se van a quedar los que puedan hacer esto y sobre todo con eléctricos, porque el coche eléctrico va a ser aún más barato de lo que estamos viviendo el día de hoy. Mucho, mucho más. Va a ser el coche literalmente de todos, el coche de la prole, si le quieren ver así. Entonces, comprendiendo que ahora Rivian va a ser menos coches, nadie puede pensar que Rivian va a hacer más dinero por coche porque están creando menos coches. Entonces, ¿cuál es el siguiente anuncio que van a dar? Güey, no vamos a llegar a hacer dinero, no vamos a tener cash flow positivo para el fin del cuarto. Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar cuando anuncien eso? El precio va a caer. Y entre todo eso puede haber una posibilidad de que de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo en la economía y lo que estamos viendo con Rivian y lo que estamos viendo con todo y que Volkswagen les está dando dinero y todo esto, que puedan tener que hacer un stock offer. Esto es completamente fuera de, esto sería ya pum, 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 lo peor. Sería que vendieran más acciones para poder fondearse. Si hacen eso, aún tiene todavía más bajada. En mi opinión, todavía tiene más bajada por lo que les estoy diciendo, que la gente, por más que sea obvio, que van a hacer menos dinero, la gente no ve para adelante. Eso es algo que he aprendido muchísimo últimamente. La gente no puede ver para adelante y tampoco se acuerda del pasado. Cuando Tesla por fin pudo decir, estamos siendo cash flow positivos, es cuando el precio fue de 250 o 300 dólares a miles de dólares. Eso fue lo que pasó con Tesla. Nadie se acuerda de eso y nadie se acuerda de todos los momentos que tuvo Tesla como Rivian. Entonces, es por eso que les quiero decir que no se me desesperen y también no quieran entrar instantáneamente y ser héroes en este momento. Todavía falta. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando decidamos entrar, no importa el precio de entrada, y obviamente vamos a intentar hacerlo mejor otra vez para poder encontrar otro fondo, definitivamente. Pero la empresa sigue de huevos. Acabo yo de pedir otra camioneta. Mi mujer me dijo que quería una Rivian, entonces fue de a huevo, nos compramos otra Rivian, con lo que ganamos de la última movida, que una empresa que tiene tanto cloud, que tiene tanto caché, que ha creado una marca que vale tanto, una empresa que tiene tan buen CEO, tan buena estructura, con la producción con el lado de producción del primer inversionista, todo eso tiene una receta perfecta. Además, tienes que concluir que las empresas como Tesla están yéndose al modelo chino donde Huawei, Xiaomi, todos estos güeyes están creando teléfonos, están creando coches, están creando todo. Cuando Tesla puede crear computadoras, puede crear también teléfonos, tiene el software, tiene el hardware, tiene las empresas para hacerlo, las fábricas para producir. Por el otro lado, vimos que Apple, por ejemplo, no. Y yo creo que esto sería una excelente entrada de Apple para poder hacer algo en este mundo, porque si se les fue la primera vez cuando Volkswagen entró, esto sería un buen incentivo para ellos. Con todo esto dicho, la próxima vez que Rivian encuentre un piso, sea el que sea, ese viaje va a ser sin parada a Marte. ¿Por qué? Porque ya lo empiezas a juntar con dinero barato, con las bajadas de tipos, y eso ayuda a los productores, eso quiere decir a Rivian, a fabricar más barato y también del otro lado al consumidor a comprar más producto. En ese entonces, cuando se encuentran estas fuerzas juntas, ahí es cuando la fiesta de verdad va a empezar para Rivian fuerte. Entonces, simplemente quiero que tengan eso en mente. Pueden hacer lo que gusten, me da absolutamente igual, solamente para aquellos que les interesa, ahí lo tienen. Y ahora vamos a analizar rápidamente Rivian como lo habíamos prometido y vamos a empezar en la de 6 meses, que fue algo que nos enseñó Alex, bastante interesante esta tabla de 6 meses. Podemos ver por acá, literalmente ese fue el pico, ¿no? De todo, acá lo pueden ver, que fue Rivian tocó los $180 y ahorita está cotizando en $10. Que no tiene sentido alguno, pero bueno. Pueden ver que has visto vela roja tras vela roja, tras vela roja, tras vela roja. De 6 meses solamente hemos tenido una vela verde. Esta vela verde nos llevó hasta los 28 y de ahí han sido velas rojas en lo de 3 meses. No podemos poner moving averages, no podemos poner promedios porque no hay suficiente tiempo. Rivian no es lo suficientemente vieja para poder verlo, pero los puedo llevar a la de 3 meses y acá pueden ver hasta dónde está el promedio de las 9, que está por ahí del 2079. lo que lo hace un poco irrelevante. Pero en la mensual ya nos pone una fotografía más bonita y más clara de todo esto. Podemos ver cómo Rivian nunca ha estado encima de la 9, lo ha intentado retomar, pero normalmente son desviaciones que lo llevan más para abajo y más para abajo, y estos rechazos son potentes y te dan buenos movimientos para abajo. Esto lo hemos visto cada vez que pasa. Entonces, en este momento, estamos bastante lejos del 9, que está justamente alrededor de esta línea meme que está en los 13.30. No descartaría para nada poder tener un rebote a esta zona. No lo descartaría, pero de nuevo, no voy a apostar en ello. Cada quien haga de su vida el papalote que quiera y vuélelo a donde sea. Y nos vamos a acercar un poco más acá a la de 2 meses, a las de 2 semanas, porque puedes ver que ahora el promedio de las 21 también va a estar bajando a esta zona. Por lo que, de nuevo, no me sorprendería un rebote a esta zona crítica. Lo que también hace, si pueden ver mi tabla, ven esta línea de resistencia que ha sido resistencia en todas y nos dio simplemente 2 desviaciones falsas, una acá y 2 acá. Esta línea es probablemente a donde vaya el precio, vaya a desviar y pueda volver a hacer esto para encontrar su nuevo fondo. La semanal podemos ver que también empieza a bajar el promedio de las 55, encontrándose ya con los 15, y mientras más vaya el precio a mantenerse por acá, más va a bajar por acá, lo que en diferentes temporalidades nos da bastante confluencia en esas zonas. Pero en la diaria tenemos un cruce plateado que se dio bastante atrás. Voy a ponerlo acá en la de 2 días. Acá el cruce plateado es más a la baja, el Silver Cross es más evidente. Puedes también ver dónde están los promedios, 12.54, el del 55 ya está en 13.22, y ahora tienes simplemente caída y no hemos venido ni siquiera a retestear el promedio de las 9. No hay nada que tenga cara que va a frenar a Rivian en estos momentos de la bajada. Pueden ver que estamos perdiendo la zona de los 9, 9.98, y esto está dando señales de otra vela de tope. No me sorprendería que el movimiento continúe a la baja, porque si hay más gente que puede entender que el precio no ha digerido las malas noticias que vienen a futuro, lo que probablemente sean institucionales que saben perfectamente lo que está pasando, vamos a poder ver nuevos bajos. Algo que sí, si eres muy alcista en este momento en Rivian y estás pensando que vas a agarrar el fondo ahorita y este es el fondo, quieres tener este tipo de movimiento. Definitivamente quieres tener consolidación de precio en esta zona. Esta zona, volver a entrar a esta zona, lo único que te dice que es que estás comprando terreno, pero solamente por tiempo limitado, y te van a mandar a vivir aquí abajo otra vez, a esta zona. ¿Y dónde es el fondo de esta zona? Nadie sabe. Nadie sabe. Puede ser mucho más bajo que esto, puede llegar a los 6, 7 dólares. El fondo que hemos visto en Rivian está en los 8.28. Así que pendientes al precio. De nuevo, no sorprendidos por rebotes hasta los 13 que nos hagan pensar que todo está perfecto, no romper esta estructura bajista, no poder crear nuevos máximos por acá más altos, crear nuevos bajos, que ya creaste, que ya rompiste esta estructura completamente. Entonces, la única esperanza para los alcistas en Rivian en este momento es que esto aguante, básicamente, y que ese sea tu nuevo suelo, o que tengas un suelo parcial por acá y te vayas para arriba. Si no puedes aguantar por acá, vas a ver el precio de Rivian caer abruptamente y va a continuar, va a dar continuación a ese movimiento. Así que atención con ello. Alrighty, Farhan, ready for XRP.
Future friends.
Guys, call your friends and tell them about the future of friends.
The only problem that you're going to have is that you didn't buy enough.
That's of friends or of the future?
Isn't it the same thing?
It is the same thing. France is the future of France.
But those Frenchmen, you know, they don't like to work and they like to be a little lazy. So if they gotta change their whole economy up, they might start doing some guillotine shit like they did back in the 1400s.
It's way easier than really getting to work, dude. Come on, I'm gonna go on strike like the French do.
You ever been to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris?
It's half the time it's always shut down.
Literally the worst fucking airport on the planet.
Mm-hmm. And it smells like fucking shit too, which is surprising.
I used to think that London Heathrow was the worst on the planet. Now it's Charles de Gaulle.
Yeah,
I literally missed my flight because all of their immigration desks were shut down and they had everybody in one line.
Well, dude, you got to take breaks. You know, you got to take breaks.
Yeah, you got to have your hourly espresso break.
Hit me with that XRP.
We had a very sombering details come out on XRP this past previous week, where we were getting our breakout that we were looking for the past few weeks. We had that silver cross towards the upside, and then we finally reclaimed this 200 SMA. We closed over the blue 38.2% area, which would have given us a statistical probability of continuation. But then the news came out that the SEC appealed their decision with the XRP Foundation, and we had this massive rejective candle. Because the last time that XRP got sued by the SEC, the token price went down by 80% in 1 week. So everybody's expecting that type of insanity. So people are trying to de-risk from XRP. And we have a massive rejection from this blue 38.2% zone. And now we're losing the median as well. We're closing in 2 days and 9 hours. Very likely if we close like this, we're coming back down towards bottom 38.2%, which is right now at 47 cents. But likely we break that and come down towards the 50%, which right now is at 45 cents. And if you look at it on the monthly is getting a picture perfect rejection of this median at 64 cents. We went up to tap it, and then just like how the saying is, show me the charts and I'll tell you the news. Rejected the median, and then that SEC appeal news came out, and we got a massive dump from there. Our bottom 38.2% zone right now is not too far away. It's sitting at right around 49 cents. The reason why I don't think we're going to stop there based off this monthly is we have consolidation for the past. You can count this area from here because we were in basically a price zone. From March of 2023 until now, we've been in a massive consolidation zone. And we're currently bouncing off the 55 EMA, which we've held as support for all the way since then. Since March of 2023, we've been holding the 55 EMA as support. Every single time one of these major EMAs gets tapped, it becomes weaker on the next touch. Very likely, this if we close below it this time and we tap this blue 38.2% zone, we don't even have to close below the 38.2% zone, in my opinion. I think we can, if we don't close below it, we might get a little bit of a pity bounce back into this 55, and then it would reject and come straight down to this 100, which right now is at 40 cents. And that would be, like if you were to look at it on a long-term trend, another lower high put in, we're very likely going to make another lower low. That's just how trend works. And that lower low right now, would these ranges are going to move up, but as of right now, that lower low is sitting somewhere around 22 cents. That would break
Holy
all current structure. And then I'm guessing this is going to be in the scenario where Bitcoin breaks down below 40K. And then this could potentially, if all the stars align, massive hopium, this could be our next macro cycle low. Because XRP is one of those coins that does like to make higher lows every single cycle, unlike most shit coins, which just make lower lows towards zero. XRP and Dogecoin are two of the ones that I know that consistently make higher lows. We check the quarterly. The quarterly right now is also a rejection of this median, which gives it, and right now we're losing the 9 EMA as well. That gives us statistical probability of coming back down towards this bottom 38.2% zone. But XRP doesn't like to find its bottom in the 38.2% zone. It likes to find it somewhere between the 61.8 and the 88.3. Right now, the 38.2, which is our first statistical target, is at 40 cents. But usually it doesn't like to find it. It likes to find it somewhere in the 61.8, which right now is at 32 cents. And the 80, and the absolute worst case scenario where we did like over here on the March, the COVID dump, I don't think it's going to be that severe, but that would bring us down to 16 cents. But very likely, unless we have one of those black swan type of events, we'll find our bottom somewhere between 32 and 20 to 21, like that same number we looked at before. And right now, our quarterly HBDR momentum is flipping down, while volatility is starting to tick up. So that would support that we would have a very expansive and massive move towards the downside. Monthly momentum is flipping down, while volatility is flipping up as well. That also lines up with that. And the weekly is flipping down as well. And on the weekly, volatility is currently down. That gives us a test of the median, which we've already gotten right now, and we're losing the median. So if we do close this weekly below the median at 0.54396, this volatility is going to start ticking up, and that would also line up with that monthly and quarterly. Let's check the RSI. I wonder if there's some hidden bearish divergence on this.
I would think so. And if not, this is probably going to just go to the moon, and everyone is going to be in France in the future.
Everyone's rich.
I'm struggling to find some divergences. I guess we're not putting any divergences. Lower highs.
Well, it's just been literally going sideways its entire existence.
Technically, the RSI is higher in this area than it is in this area, while price action is making higher lows. So that is some hidden bearish divergence. It's not the most powerful. 5-day right here has some perfect regular bullish divergence, bearish divergence within the bullish control zone, and we're getting a very nasty rejection of this what do you call it? This 9 EMA after the shooting star candle, and we're losing 1, 2, 3, 4 candles of price action with just one move down. We're already at the bearish control zone right now, so we've that would be the easy target. But since the divergence is not even confirmed yet, and we're at the bearish control zone, very likely going to come down to the bearish critical zone. And we have volatility at 7% right now, expanding off of the lows. You can tell the volatility is starting to expand because it's moving over the moving average, and it's moving down. It's only at 7% while it's expanding, and we're getting how much of a percent move down? 16% move down, and volatility is only expanded up to 7%. So if this bearish divergence does confirm, we're very likely going to get our volatility really expanding over 15%. And from there, we're very likely not going to top out until, let's see, where does XRP like to top out in its volatility? Somewhere around the 80% area. 80% to 90%, yeah, around 80 to 92% area it likes to top out. So from 7% to 80 to 92%, we can get a very, very significant up. And our bearish critical zone number right now is sitting at, close your eyes, friends, close your eyes, because it's 13 cents. In the next couple of closes, that number is going to go up. So that's just a little bit of fear porn right now. It's very likely not going to be 13 cents, but it's probably, by the time it plays out, probably somewhere around 20 cents, like that previous number we looked at based off of the HPDR. So as big of an XRP bull as I am, it's not looking very good. It's looking like kind of shit, to be honest.
So it's kind of looking like France.
Exactly. Perfect. It looks just like Paris.
It's the future of France. You said it before, and France is not looking very good these days, especially with Macron and that other dude that married each other. All right, we're doing ETH. The next one is GEO, GEO. These are GEO Group, which is prisons, which should be a good business.
Prisons, yeah.
All righty, I'll do this one. And then we're having ETH right now, right, Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah, ok. Esto, damas y caballeros, es un gráfico trimestral de XRP. El precio en este momento está cotizado en 52 centavos, 52.21, y tenemos al promedio de las 9 en 54.4, algo que no es bastante bueno. Algo que también podemos ver en esta tabla, porque esto es un shitcoin, queremos o no, es lo que siempre decimos y hemos visto. Tienes este alto, estos altos, alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Lo interesante de este potente shitcoin de XRP es que está haciendo bajos más altos. Tienes estos bajos y estos bajos, lo que nos dice consolidación de precio y un movimiento abrupto a donde vaya. Habíamos visto que teníamos toda este potencial alcista que se dio cuando anunciaron que iban a hacer los ETFs de XRP y otras cosas, pero ahora con las noticias de que el SEC va a continuar su demanda contra XRP, o que están pidiendo una apelación, eso quiere decir que vamos para abajo. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más en la mensual rápidamente, y en la mensual podemos ver que hemos perdido el promedio de las 9, el promedio de las 21, lo que probablemente con esta vela tan agresiva a la baja, después del rechazo de salirnos de esta tendencia bajista, nos está aguantando el 55 en este momento, que está en 51 centavos, pero tenemos el promedio de las 100 en la mensual, que está por acá en los 40 centavos. Eso es lo que nos llama a nuestro siguiente movimiento, al que pondríamos nosotros por acá básicamente una línea de tendencia, y ahí lo pueden ver cómo va a venirse por acá. Sobre todo, estamos viendo los indicadores de Farhang, que son momentum y volatilidad, y todo eso está apuntando para abajo. Y creo que el precio de XRP lo está haciendo junto con los indicadores. Pueden ver por qué. Porque después de haber retomado el promedio de las 9, esta vela sencillita semanal nos tiró absolutamente debajo de todos los promedios, y tiene potencial de continuación. Sobre todo, de nuevo, viéndolo en la semanal, y en la semanal podemos ver diferentes divergencias bajistas que están ocultas. Cuando tienes una divergencia bajista oculta, eso quiere decir que tienes una continuación del mismo movimiento que se estaba dando antes, y si el movimiento era bajista, ¿a dónde creen que va el precio? Bajista. Entonces, es un poco lo que estamos viendo por ahora. Tenemos diferentes objetivos en diferentes temporalidades, pero todos en común, mínimo nuestro siguiente objetivo es la parte baja de este canal, que son los 43 centavos, de ahí los 40, y podemos, o sea, de acuerdo a todos los indicadores que vimos, sin problema alguno barrer este bajo en los 38 centavos, y de ahí continuar hasta los 20 centavos, que no creemos que se vaya a dar. Creemos que simplemente va a quedarse probablemente en esta zona de los 40 o un poco más abajo, pero es un riesgo que tenemos que poner enfrente de todos ustedes. Pueden ver cómo estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado por acá. El 9 ya se bajó agresivamente el 21 y va en picada, y estamos debajo del promedio de las 200 también. Así que XRP se ve muy, muy bajista. Alex, floor is yours. ETH.
Nice. Yeah, so very much like XRP, ETH isn't looking the best either. We talked about this on the Discord in a town hall. It's a pretty important meme diagonal we have here that I basically have had on this chart for a very, very long time. It's been formed since 2022. And very much like an altcoin, ETH still does chop, and that's why I don't put a lot of weight. But what I do like is when it's corresponding with a major moving average. And what do we have here? Well, on the weekly, we see ETH's a lot more weaker than Bitcoin. And this is something I've noted throughout this entire dump is, the weekly EMA 100 was a spot I was watching on Bitcoin, an area that got front ran. We saw here that ETH was well under its weekly EMA 100, while Bitcoin was still, it was approaching it, but not close. What we had here was a big deviation of it. Now, one thing to note is we see this weekly SMA 200. We're now like forming an EMA range. And it's interesting to see that this is kind of grinding up with price while also almost matching the diagonal. To me, this is a pretty big spot on price. This SMA 200, especially on the weekly. For me, this will kind of confirm big moves down or up. And really, price doesn't really like to stay under it for too long, especially on the weekly. We can see here the time that it chopped and actually fell below, it acted as resistance, but slowly started to grind up. And each and every time in this kind of consolidation manner here, it just kind of chopped under it. And so it's interesting to see the relationship with it being respected here in correlation with this diagonal that was formed 2 years ago. For me, I'm still pretty bearish on ETH, and I do think that if bulls can't step in and actually get a sustained bounce at this zone, then we have to look a lot lower. And for me, this zone here around 1,900 to 18, basically 1,800, is something I'm eyeing very closely, because what it would basically do is backfill this whole parabolic move up, while also maybe acting as an SR flip in real time. Because we can see when we really did go and back test this on the weekly, it did hold, and then we got the expansion up. So we would then ideally want this to keep acting as major support and potentially an opportunity, because we can see that ETH essentially has been acting as resistance. This spot has been a big kind of resistance zone on ETH essentially, but it's currently at support. And it's a chart that, we need to kind of watch closely, because I do think that when this starts breaking down, this can easily give us, a huge move down of 30-40%. Keep in mind, from the next resistance zone, if we do break down, to me, this could easily give 21% down pretty fast. And that's something that I've been watching closely. We haven't fully broken down from this, and I do think it's because of this weekly SMA 200. It's currently still holding price, and that's why I'm not putting all my weight on this meme diagonal, but just using it in confluence to a bigger breakdown. You need to keep in mind, if ETH at this point here starts losing all the major moving averages, while also breaking down from this diagonal and losing support at basically 2,300, to me, it's giving me a lot of at least confluence of at least getting a wick down to 1900 wouldn't surprise me. And it would basically take all the liquidity up from this point when we just kind of went up only. So that's something to watch in this weekly closure. That's kind of like, just like Bitcoin needs to hold the weekly 9. Ideally, ETH needs to hold this SMA 200. For me, as long as it's above the diagonal and it closes above the SMA 200, then this consolidation is actually welcomed. And this is exactly kind of what we'd want ETH bulls to kind of hold and keep structure and just consolidate, because then what that will do is actually reset BBWP, make it lower, and potentially get the expansion from the 50% zone up, giving us a nice bounce at this region, corresponding with ETHBTC coming into support here. I do think a bounce on ETH will happen. It's just a matter of if the zone will hold. And if it doesn't, then I do think a bigger dump will happen into the following weeks of ETH, and that has implications for altcoins. ETH, just like Bitcoin, something that's different from Bitcoin, that I keep mentioning, is its weakness. And I think it's more evident on the monthly as well. Bitcoin's never lost its 9 this entire bull market, and we can see essentially ETH has lost it. And it really hasn't been able to test it into resistance at all. It's actually been front ran. So even if we get a sustained rally up from this zone here, which also happens to be right where the monthly 34 is, to me, I do think that we have to start looking at this monthly 9, something that was major support this entire bull market, as major resistance potentially. And that's currently at 2,764. And the monthly has a while. It's still at 27 days. But, also what I like with this monthly is we can see the monthly 34 is basically holding price up as well. It's been doing that for the past 2 months now. Very much like how the weekly looks. If this, SMA 200, which kind of lines up with the monthly 34, starts actually losing, then again, I do think we get our bigger move down on ETH, and that is something to be mindful of. But the weekly hasn't silver crossed yet, but it is getting close, and that is something to be mindful of, especially when we have the 5-day that actually silver crossed. We see the silver cross here on the 5-day, and we actually do see the 5-day. This was the time it deviated and lost it. Now we rallied to it, and it rejected it. So currently, right now, bulls do have momentum to bring this down. And I do think that's pretty evident on BBWP as it's resetting and going down. ETH is just slowly, not really making structure. It's at least holding the diagonal, but this is kind of the spot where bulls at least want to start reclaiming, especially this EMA 100 on the 5-day, if not the 9 being the first spot. But as long as the 9 on the 5-day is still rejecting, and the silver cross on the 5-day is still fresh, to me, this is basically, it has more of a chance of rejecting, and that is something to be mindful of, in my opinion. The way the 5-day is postured with momentum going down, this still can go down. And so the idea would be, if bulls can keep consolidating this, especially above the diagonal, and actually start moving up, maybe this will start expanding it, and we get that big move that everyone wants on ETH, that potentially takes us all the way back up to potentially $2,800. But again, just like I mentioned on the monthly, even if we get a big move up on ETH, we still have to respect the monthly 9 that still has not been tested since it got lost. And if people do think that ETH looks stronger than Bitcoin, it's very simple. If you just go to this chart and you look, the entire bull market, Bitcoin hasn't lost its 9 at all, while ETH has freshly lost it and now is flirting with the monthly 34, which is never a good sign in my opinion at all, especially when it's on a higher time frame. So it is something to be mindful of. I'll now view ETHBTC. This is something I've been talking about on our Discord. It looks better on a 5-day. That's kind of where I like to trade altcoins on a 5-day. We were talking about this in this chop zone, that ETH, honestly, before it goes down, it's a very simple short strategy. It usually likes to make a high and then short stack into here, and then it goes up, basically gets all the shorts out, people long, and makes a lower high, and then we break down. We see this on the BTC pair, along with the USD pair, right here and right here, and then also one would argue right here and right here. So that is something to be mindful of with ETH. But ETHBTC is approaching support. And currently I have support at 0.03672. And I would expect some kind of reaction here, especially when this chart we can see has just been very, very sold down. A mean reversion bounce would make sense. Do I think it would come this high? I'm unsure, but I do think some bounce here could definitely happen soon on ETH for sure. It's just a matter of, is that bounce going to take us to the 9, a place that keeps rejecting, or do we actually get a move closer to that 34 or 21? But as it stands, I really do think that ETH looks pretty bad. I do think that ETHBTC can still come down. This is major support, but you know, for me, I do think that the reaction here could just put in another lower high, essentially, which has been something that, you know, ETH and ETHBTC, they've just been in a steady downtrend. Major rejections happen at this weekly 34 each and every time. I don't know why, you know, this time would be different. And the trend is your friend. And ETH, you know, unlike Bitcoin now, is still in a weekly downtrend. You know, and that is interesting for me to see here. This high never broke this wick high, which technically it's still in limbo, but it still is in a weekly downtrend while Bitcoin did break its downtrend. Again, just giving more points on why I think ETH's a lot more weaker than Bitcoin. Currently, though, I mean, we just have to watch and wait. Even though the weekly's fine, as long as it's above its estimate 200, the fact that it retested it so quickly isn't a good sign. The fact that this weekly potentially is going to lose this EMA 100 is a second point of it not being a good sign. You know, this chart really wouldn't take much. It would take a little more downside for this to actually silver cross to the downside. But we know the 5-day has officially, and it is rejecting the 9, giving us that short setup already. You know, so with all those things, I do say it is better to be cautious on ETH. You know, for sure, especially when we know a 20% move can easily happen with this coin. Now, where would I go bullish on this? Well, very simple. If this daily EMA 100 actually gets reclaimed, that would put ETH right around 2,750, almost maybe 2,800. At that point, then we'd have to go to the monthly and see kind of if it starts reclaiming this 9, because if it does, then I will think that ETH will have a lot more room to go up. But as long as we're under this monthly 9, which corresponds right around that daily EMA 100 right now, I do think that bears have full control of this chart, and any bounces to this zone need to be looked at as a potential short opportunity. You know, an ETHBTC also potentially could give us a bounce, which could correspond with maybe a mini bounce on ETH here, potentially. But any bounces as of now, I do think will get sold off and stopped, especially when we do see just how the chart is on most timeframes even too. You know, we're just getting massive confluence right in this 2,500 zone. So, you know, could ETH bounce right now? Yeah, but you know, I do think that all bounces here are just going to be sold off and lower highs will just keep being produced. So happy to be wrong on this chart though, but in my opinion,
I have a question for you. How do you feel about that 9 going under the 21, and considering that every time that's happened, there's a major mega dump before it reclaims it?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that I think the daily is going to look bearish. The 9 going under the 21 is interesting to see. We know that, you know, that just does read bearishness in the chart. You know, the 9 flipping under the 21 usually isn't the death sentence, in my opinion. It definitely can be, but it just sets up for silver crosses to the downside, as you know. And that's why I think that, you know, this silver cross is still fresh on the 5-day, with BBWP still retracting. And, you know, once it does reset fully and start flipping up, this could give us a setup and kind of where ETH is at now. It makes sense that the daily is not looking the best. It's just in that weird zone on the chart, at least, where, you know, we're still getting prompted on the 5-day by the SMA 200, on the weekly as well. Major zones. It is something that is, you know, the higher the time frame, especially as far as we get on a weekly, the stronger it gets. And we can see here that it still is above it. It still is acting as support. The moment this gets lost, though, which luckily for us will mean also that this diagonal is most likely lost, and then also this meme line here, probably probably will mean that, you know, we're breaking down, in my opinion, because we can just see it. It's basically been preventing ETH from breaking down this SMA 200. And also when it got reclaimed here, a big move started from this zone. So I do think that this weekly is going to be important, but I would be very, very cautious on this chart because as it stands, even if ETHBTC, and this is just a scenario, if we don't get a bounce here, you know, we'll have to look at a lot lower. But if we do get a bounce, and it wouldn't surprise me if ETH, you know, actually does get a bounce potentially. Maybe that does correspond with the monthly, actually retesting the 9. But as long as we're under the monthly 9, to me, ETH is more in that bear market territory. And, you know, big moves under the 9, regardless of what other time frame, you know, big moves under the EMA 9 happen. Huge moves, actually, like this one when we closed under it and then actually retested it and it, you know, flipped into resistance here. Just from here to there was a nice 37% down, along with then another open where that took us all the way down to 53%. So, you know, I mean, ETH is one of those coins that love to really move quick down. It moves very fast. And so that's why I'm saying, like, I really wouldn't be surprised if ETH starts breaking down. You know, I'll have to start looking at this zone here being major support first. And if this doesn't hold, then, you know, 1300 definitely is next up. But that's all I really have. I mean, ETH looks so much more weaker than Bitcoin. It's crazy. And even on this like Bitcoin bounce that it had, you know, it really couldn't even get above the EMA 100 without deviating it. And then especially it not breaking its weekly downtrend is interesting to see. If I just take the 55 so it's cleaner. You know, that's interesting for me to see because just like I was mentioning on ETHBTC, you know, oftentimes with ETH, you'll get these moves where, you know, they just often become nice short opportunities, especially at major moving averages. We can see here that, you know, even though ETH had a pump up and it squeezed, it still couldn't break this last high. It still then rejected and deviated down, losing this five-day EMA 100, and then even silver crossing on the 5-day pretty freshly also, which is kind of interesting to see because, you know, let's just go back and see each time ETH is silver crossed. Okay, let's see what's happened. At least to the downside on the 5-day. You know, I think that'll be just important. Let me just get 34 and 100 off because I'm actually curious to see this. So
this also plays along with the big BTC dominance going up like crazy.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a good point because, you know, BTC dominance going up definitely is not. It's never been good for ETH ever. You know, we see the silver cross here, and then I'll just find one more as well. There's really not been that many though, in my opinion. Let's see if we can go all the way back here. Yeah, so then I guess here, that's funny. So like, I mean, so this silver crossed and we could see the 9 steadily rejected, you know, from the silver cross, and this is from a very long time ago, but from the silver cross to the first major bounce was 64%. When we go back here, we can see the 5-day did silver cross more right here. So I'll put it, I guess I can't. So we'll put it there. But then we, again, see the 9 heavily still acted as resistance at this point. And then, you know, before we got any kind of buyback from the silver cross down, we'll just go from there to here from way below was 38%. And so now we have, you know, another fresh silver cross. You know, was this the next lower high? Potentially, we then expect this low here to break right at 2,100, which is still, you know, that could easily happen with ETH. But if, you know, let's just say go down 20%, that would take us down to this zone, which I do think we would get a big bounce at least from here. You know, 1,800, 1,900 to that 1,800 zone is pretty strong on ETH. So I do think we'd get some reaction, but you know, when the 5 days looking like that, potentially BBWPs resetting almost, you know, at the point of resetting, can definitely come down still a little bit more. You know, it would just definitely, we have to be cautious about that, especially with this meme diagonal we've had for a very long time. Basically formed on June 2022. So, I mean, now, I mean, that's basically 2 years. So just be very cautious of this chart. ETH is looking pretty bad. And you're right, Alejandro. BTC dominance is actually looking quite good on the 5-bit. And it's been heavily supported by this 9. And it's even actually getting a reaction at this 57.4%. My next zone here is 59, basically 59.7%, which again, that could have implications for ETH potentially going all the way back down to here. If we actually do start getting that expansion, something in this market that we haven't really seen, that a lot of new people aren't used to, is what Farhan mentioned in the beginning when he looked at ETH, the Bitcoin dominance chart, is when Bitcoin starts trading down, shitcoins start nuking, but Bitcoin dominance starts surging. It's a recipe for disaster because when you have altcoins like ETH, Matic, Solana, any other altcoin people trade XRP, that move on Bitcoin dominance is people getting out of those coins. The shittiest of them all, but then even as good as like Solana, they just want out because when your coin is going down 5 to 7% every single day, and maybe Bitcoin's going down 2%, what's the better business move? It's just better to get into Bitcoin. Then when Bitcoin starts going down, that's just when things can start getting more gross for altcoins. And so that has an implication for ETH. And that's why, 20% down on ETH would not surprise me, even if Bitcoin maybe goes down 5 to 6%, in my opinion.
Yeah, easily explained, would you say that we can say that if you're seeing Bitcoin dominance rise while price is going down, that means people are panicking out of the altcoins thinking, all right, Bitcoin is not going to lose me as much money and probably is going to bounce. So I'll play the Bitcoin one first. Then when price continues to go down in Bitcoin, people get out. And the reason why they get out is, and that's when it's too late, basically. They already lost a large amount of money in altcoins. Now they're jumping onto Bitcoin. And it's kind of like the dominance in Bitcoin when it's a downtrend, letting you know all these people are wrong and we're wrong about the alts, or now at least are bearish on them, and next is me, right? Is that kind of like the way of looking at it?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
The Tether in dollars.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's just like when people go to dollars instead of stocks. We kind of see that with Bitcoin dominance and in terms of like with shit coins. They just much rather hold Bitcoin than, an altcoin, because even if I was trading altcoins, I'd be more responsible and just do like Solana, and maybe something else, but these people are like bread, they're like the shittiest shit. So they just
also a lot of times what they have to do before they can get their altcoins into cash is they have to swap it over for Bitcoin first, because they have these altcoins on complete dog shit decentralized exchanges that you can't swap for cash.
Yeah, directly.
First you have to swap for Bitcoin, send that to a centralized exchange, and then you can sell it for cash.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Makes sense.
And that also exasperates Bitcoin's move towards the downside.
Well, yeah, because you're getting out. I mean, you're just buying temporarily and then getting out and you're selling. So yeah, you're putting more pressure onto that. All righty. For the next one, we have Geo and Alex. I got CEG for you. I was going to say something horrible. CEG.
Don't get canceled just like that.
There you go. C as in canceled. There you go. All righty. Let me just show everyone ETH real quick and let's go. I think it's pretty simple. After you put it all into context, Alex. So thank you.
It is simple though. Yeah, no, it is very simple. So.
Vale, pues tíos, vamos a ver Ethereum en este momento rápidamente en la mensual para que tengamos una buena idea de lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades más altas. Esto fue el pico del 2021, esto fue el pico en marzo del 2024 cuando Bitcoin sí pudo lograr un nuevo alto histórico. Ethereum por primera vez, aunque no hay tanto historial, no lo logró. Entonces tienes este alto potente, discúlpenme, no quería poner texto. Tienes este alto potente y ahora tienes un alto potente más bajo, menos potente si lo quieres ver así, pero lo chido es no formaste un nuevo bajo, ¿no? Seguiste creciendo, siguió creciendo y ahora estás acá. Básicamente podemos juntar esto acá y básicamente ahí vas a tocarle los huevos al diablo. Y es más, yo lo haría así. Ahí estás, justamente ahí estás. Ok, ahora, Estás viendo esto, voy a aprender rápidamente mis promedios y quiero que noten algo. En la tabla de Ethereum, estamos abajo del promedio de las 9. Hemos sido rechazados, o sea, hemos sido tirados. Normalmente cuando nosotros ponemos en altas temporalidades el promedio de la 9, este es el que nos indica si estamos en un mercado alcista o bajista. Y es más, volteas a ver a Bitcoin. Bitcoin sigue estando por encima de la 9, lo tienes aquí abajo. Lo que te está diciendo que Bitcoin tiene mucha más fuerza que Ethereum en este momento estando por abajo y aparte perdiendo el 21. Tu siguiente objetivo sería por acá más o menos, donde coincide con esto el promedio de las 55 y esta línea en los 2100. Claramente en una tendencia bajista. Ahora, vamos a poner todo esto un poco mejor contexto. Puedes ver en la tabla de 2 semanas cómo el 9 está yendo bajo el 21, lo que nos indica debilidad, y esto continúa. Ni siquiera pudimos tocar el promedio de las 9 para ser rechazados. Promedio de las 55 ya lo perdimos y ahora tienes también confluencia con este promedio de la 100 que está en 2107 y mi línea meme que está en 2109. Esa es una zona de importancia bastante grande para el precio de Ethereum. Ahora nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la semanal y en la semanal podemos ver que nos rechazó perfectamente el 9, nos rechazó el 55 y el 21 viene corriendo por acá. Tuviste ese cruce que nos da debilidad, nos demuestra debilidad acá en agosto del 2005 y ahora lo estás viendo ejecutar y vino a recargarse literalmente en el promedio de los 200. Quiero que noten algo. El promedio de los 200 más o menos viene como en esta diagonal que estás viendo acá y lo has perdido, pero por poquito tiempo en esta temporalidad semanal. Y ahorita, cada vez que lo vienes a tocar, lo está haciendo más débil. Es literalmente, es la puerta que estás intentando romper. Cada vez que la tocas, se afloja más y a cierto punto la vas a poder romper. Esto parece simplemente una desviación y puedes decir que esto es un alto en la semanal. Esto es un alto más bajo que el pasado, lo que pone a Ethereum en esta situación. Y ahora, estando bajo estos promedios y sabiendo que el 200 está acá, si pierdes el promedio de los 200 en grande en Ethereum, vamos a ver qué exactamente ha pasado en esos entonces. Digamos que no ha pasado tantas veces porque no ha habido ni siquiera, no ha estado ni siquiera populado. Aquí estabas abajo de él y fue que te fuiste, literalmente creó los mínimos pasados. No, los mínimos del 2010, de antes, los mínimos de marzo. Entonces, ETH básicamente casi nunca ha perdido el promedio de los 200, se ha quedado abajo, holdeándolo y aguantando, pero puedes ver que acá se está peleando con él, creando un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, y acá todavía no rompes el bajo más bajo. Pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la de 5 días. En la de 5 días puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, justamente en esta zona. Y ahora veniste, intentaste retestear el 21, caíste, veniste a retestear el 9 y caíste. Y este promedio de los 200 está empezando a también tener confluencia con nuestra zona de los 2109. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando del precio de Ethereum? Viendo también que en la diaria tienes este cruce de la 9 bajando sobre el 21. Esto, cada que pasa en la diaria, es este tipo de movimientos. Pasó acá y puedes ver el bajonzón que dio. Pasó acá arriba y ve el bajón que dio. Entonces, acabas de perder en este momento esto. Si eres alcista en Ethereum, quieres poder retomar y estar por encima del 21 y del 9 para poder voltear estas dos indicadores. Si no lo logras, el precio de Ethereum muy probablemente vaya a continuar cayendo. Y nuestro primer objetivo son los 2109, pero de ahí hay bastante aire y bastantes cosas abajo. Así que pendientes a esto. Ethereum se ve bastante débil, sobre todo cuando ponemos la dominancia de Bitcoin. Creo que es algo que tenemos que ponerle bastante atención, porque la dominancia de Bitcoin sigue arriba del 9, el 9 está encima del 21 y tiene fuerza. Si vino simplemente a retestear esta zona en la diaria, pero en la semanal, vean la fuerza que lleva. Y estás justamente en resistencia para la alza. Rompes esta zona, siguiente objetivo serán Me parece que el de Alex es 59.9 básicamente, y eso permitiría que la dominancia de Bitcoin continúe ese rumbo tan fuerte y esa, que lleva a la alza. Lo primero a romper son estos 58.61, y normalmente en un mercado bajista de cripto, la dominancia de Bitcoin está arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente se sale de los altcoins y hay muchos altcoins que no puedes cambiar por dólares. Tienes que salirte antes con uno, y lo primero que ofrecen estos exchanges es, güey, de tu condo ¿cuál era la moneda? De tu hondo que te compra un condo, no te voy a dejar que saques dólares, pero lo puedes transformar en cualquier otra moneda de las grandes, ¿no? Solana, Ethereum o Bitcoin. La gente va a Bitcoin porque Bitcoin es menos volátil a la baja, y de ahí van, lo mandan a su exchange y se salen. Es básicamente, podría ser el escenario que se esté presentando en esto sin un pompazo de Bitcoin, pero mínimo las alts no están bien posicionadas, y menos Ethereum en este momento. Firehand, we're ready for you.
And muted.
This is Gio, right?
Yep.
Good
We're
job, sir.
going to start off with one of my newer indicators that I kind of forgot that I had for Bitcoin. This one is called the Crown Range Statistics Compliments of Mr. Crown. Guy is a G.
Amen.
This gives you the daily statistical probabilities of closing green or red and the average percent that it closes by. So right now,
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was always wondering when I watch his videos, I was like, how the fuck is he pulling out these averages? How does he know this? Now I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
So Friday right now has a 45%, 45.83% chance of closing green. So it has it has around a 54% chance of closing red, and the average move is around 0.14%. And whenever it does close green, the average move is around 1.76%. The highest probable move towards the downside on the average is around 1.6%. So our average range is about 0.14% down to 1.6% down, and anything outside of that would be outside of the statistical norms. So let's switch back to the HPDR. How much of a percent move down have we had so far today?
Today,
1.11%. So it's right within the statistical probabilities of 0.14% to 0.16% towards the downside. So it is very likely that we do have the low in for today based on statistics and the confluence with the 100 EMA that we're currently bouncing at. And if you look at the HPDR momentum, that is flipped towards the upside with volatility supporting it. And now you have the pink that is still above the yellow, but the jewel oscillator bounced off the pink and flipped back up towards the light blue cyan bicycle. Let's switch towards the weekly and see how that looks, because that's also closing in 3 hours. And weekly looks very strong to me right now. We look at our weekly HPDR momentum, that is still pointed towards the upside, but kind of going flat a little bit, while volatility is still sideways. So if we get a close like this and we are solidly above the median is at $13.20. This volatility is going to start ticking back up while this starts its curvature back towards the upside. And right now, the weekly jewel is giving this white neutral signal. It's if we get a close over the median at that $13.20 number, this is very likely going to start curving back up and giving us this light blue cyan signal right here. Not only that, but if this gray line right here, the 35, this is the bearish control zone on the jewel. So it's going to start flipping up back out of there and getting rejected from being within the bearish control zone. Let's draw with the vertical line last time that happened. Here's when it actually broke out. There. And let's do one more iteration. Get as much data as we can get. That should be good enough. All right, here's what happened on price action. First time we got it. Let's do this measurement tool. We went up about 115% that time. About 94% this time.
Damn.
And about 38% this time. So every single time, and the reason why this time wasn't that much, it was only 38%, is when we got out of the bearish control zone, we kind of moved up a little bit and we rejected getting within the bullish control zone. The previous times we got within the bullish control zone. So at the very least that we know though, is that if/when we get this weekly closure over the median, which right now we're still getting a move towards the upside as we speak. So even within the next 3 hours, 44 minutes, we might even close over the 21. With the 21 last time, we deviated above it and then we went back below. So this time around, we're very likely going to break above and retest this 78.6%, which is right here near this breakdown area at around $15.70 to $15.80. And then this is going to give us our buy signal. It's going to get kicked out of the bearish control zone. Let's switch towards the monthly. Right now, the monthly is giving us a fresh silver cross where the 21 has crossed over the 55, and we're about to reclaim this 100 EMA. We have to watch to see in this next 27 days where this median goes, because if we approach it within this next 27 days, this median is very likely going to act as resistance around $14.15. We probably get a little bit of a pullback there. Let's see if that level is significant on the weekly. Yeah, that's right up here between the top 38.2% and top 50%. So it's very likely that you would get a reaction here on the weekly as well. Possibly come back down, retest this high right here around low $14. Maybe to scare everybody, come back down a little bit below $14, like $13.80. And then from there, I would expect our next higher low, and for us to retest these upper targets around $17. Let's check the RSI. Satoshi should give Geo a call, improve his stock prices.
He's going to become a consultant. Once HBO outs him, he's going to become a consultant.
Satoshi for hire.
Those powerful HBO documentary producers, man. No one could figure it out except them.
It's crazy. CIA couldn't do it. The FBI couldn't do it. The NSA.
Nobody. No, but HBO
Chinese,
did it.
The Russians.
Nobody.
Not
Just
even fucking
HBO.
North Korea.
Dude, HBO produced Entourage. Okay? That's all you need to know.
Oh, I see. That's my mistake. And they also made Game of Thrones. I got to give them that. They made Game of Thrones.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They also did Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David. So what else can you ask from them?
But you got to say one thing, though. Those North Koreans are way better than anybody else at cryptocurrency. They're like the #1 crypto hackers in the world.
Yeah,
they're back in.
It's very weird because you would imagine that those guys have no internet. Or
the guys are on Kim have internet. Oh, Kim has all the food.
Oh, you can tell he's eating right.
You can tell he's not hungry. I can say it because I'm a former chubby person. Chubby is putting it lightly.
Me too. So I can absolutely shit on my guy for being a fat ass.
I have the pass.
I have a badge. It's like when you're Mexican, you can say all crazy shit, and white people don't understand it. It's hard.
That's why Tekashi 6ix9ine has the pass.
Yeah, big pass, big pass.
So on the weekly right now, we have a drive of bullish divergence that's about to confirm within the next 3 hours, 41 minutes. Our logical target from that bullish divergence, we would have two. First one would be our, like, based off of regular technical analysis, would be this breakdown point right here, right around $15.80. And based off of the RSI, our rough target would be somewhere around the bullish control zone. This number is going to change after this next weekly open, because after we get our divergence confirmed, it's going to be on the weekly close, and then the next weekly open is going to play out. So this number is going to change. But right now, this bullish control zone is sitting at $18.13. Very likely it comes down. Maybe it comes down towards $17. That's what I would guess, based off the number that we got based off of the HPDR. Because the HPDR right now is giving you statistical probabilities into the future. And this RSI is a lagging indicator that's giving you prices based off of what's happened previously. So the RSI is not as accurate as the numbers on the HPDR. I would trust that HPDR number a lot more, right around that 1750 maybe $17.80.
Mm,
But this is looking very, very strong to me.
yeah. So that means chaos is about to stop, huh? We're getting the AI cops and police to come over and fucking arrest everyone. That's pretty good.
Are they
And
a
some
prison
people in
company?
jails. Yeah, they're jails.
Oh shit! I guess that
So the
means
more
weed
bullish,
legalization is not going to happen.
that's right. The more bullish that this is, the worse it is for us. So good news, everyone. Oh no, bad news, everyone. Okay, Tesla for you, Farin. So that'll be
Fuck!
fun.
And here I thought we were about to legalize weed. Guess not.
Oh no. Oh no. Everything will be a crime now. We're going to the other extreme. I'm excited. Vale. Estamos viendo Geo. Geo, para que todos ustedes que sepan, bueno, aquí lo pone Edgar, es un grupo, son cárceles privadas y todo en Estados Unidos son cárceles privadas. El gobierno no tiene ninguna de estas. Es por lo que está en su interés personal. Estaba antes meter a la mayor cantidad de gente en la cárcel posible, aunque últimamente digamos que hemos ido a otros lugares. Lo primero con lo que vamos a empezar es sencillo. Es nuestro gráfico trimestral. En nuestro gráfico trimestral podemos ver que se ve bastante alcista. Parece que hicimos piso por acá en los $5.09 en abril del 2021, que fue el principio de todo el caos absoluto en Estados Unidos. Recuerden, mientras mejor le vaya a esto, eso quiere decir que más van a intentar meter a gente a la cárcel y las cárceles van a hacer más dinero en el futuro. ¿Ok? Y están diciéndonos qué es lo que va a pasar. Eso quiere decir que la inteligencia artificial con cárceles en Estados Unidos viene en camino duro, señores. Así que prepárense a comérsela entera. Pero bueno, podemos ver que venimos de esta tendencia bajista desde el 2017 hasta literalmente el 2021, abril del 2021. Y desde entonces hemos estado rangueando desde los 7.25 hasta los 17 con este flashazo que dio por acá esta vela trimestral. Voy a llevarlos a la mensual. Obviamente estamos por encima el 9, está arriba el 21, pero esto tiene cara de que si tenemos un cierre así en 2 meses y 28 días, que le falta una eternidad, esto podría dar la vuelta y esto se vería bastante alcista en esta temporalidad. Me imagino que en la de un mes, exactamente. En la mensual te cuenta completamente la historia, pero por adelantado. Vimos que tuvimos este rechazo en los 16 que se junta con esta zona de los 17, que es una zona bastante importante. Y ahora tienes al 21 dando un cruce fresco, plateado, por encima del 55, justo ahora. El precio está por encima del promedio de las 9, que está en 13.18, y encima del promedio de la 100, que está en 13.32. Geo está cotizando en 13.46 en este momento. Esto es un setup alcista de a madre. Tu siguiente objetivo, obviamente, va a ser esta línea por acá de los 17.01. De ahí puedes decir 18.06, se vería bastante interesante. Recuerda, esta es una temporalidad mensual, por lo que estamos hablando de que va a tomar tiempo llegar a esos números. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal, donde también nos encontramos con Geo pudiendo romper el 23 de octubre del 2023. Esta tendencia bajista en contra esta resistencia del promedio de los 200, donde el promedio de los 200 está bastante por abajo del precio, está en los 9.07. El promedio de las 9 está abajo del precio. En este momento estamos peleándonos en la semanal para poder retomar el promedio de las 21 que se encuentra en 13.46 y hemos encontrado soporte en el 55 que está en 12.40 que se junta con esta línea meme en los 2.46. Lo que quieres ver es esta vela que cierra en 3 horas, 36 minutos 11, no perder el 9, 100%, el 13.28, quieres estar por arriba y si puedes cerrar encima de los 13.46, eso se va a ver muy bien. De acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan de volatilidad y momentum que estamos viendo, este va a ser un movimiento expansivo a la alza y nuestro primer objetivo a superar van a ser los 15.81. Después de que superes los 15.81, puedes considerar que tu siguiente objetivo sea en los 17 y de ahí romper este alto, lo vaya a tomar por acá en los $18. Geo está haciendo también, si lo queremos ver un poco más de cerca, estamos creando nuevos altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Lo que sí es que comparado con estos bajos relativos, tuviste bajos más bajos, pero tu primer objetivo a romper y confirmar de que vas a crear un nuevo alto van a ser los 14.23, porque simplemente acá tienes tu primer alto más bajo, si lo quieres ver así, si lo puedes tomar todavía como referencia. Pero se ve bastante bien. Déjame simplemente yo por chismoso lo checo en la de 2 días, donde tuviste un cruce plateado al abajo, pero esto probablemente lo vaya a rechazar. Veniste al 21 y el 21 rebotaste a la alza, no para abajo, que es una bastante buena señal, aunque toda esta zona la tuviste de rechazos. En temporalidades más bajas tiene cara que puede tener un ajuste a la baja a corto plazo. No me sorprendería nada que rangueara por acá y con un mínimo de 12.65. Esta acción el día de hoy tiene una probabilidad más alta porque es viernes. Ese fue el maldito indicador que sacó Farhan de Eric. ¿Se acuerdan de Eric que estuvo acá con nosotros? No lo quiero arruinar, lo voy a poner a la próxima, pero esto se ve bastante bien, empieza a pintar bastante bien, que es bastante malo para la sociedad, pero aquí lo tienen, nos van a meter a todos a la cárcel. Damas y caballeros, no se lo pierdan, ¿cómo de que no? Emily, ¿cómo estás? Espero que estés a toda madre. Alex, ready for C, E, G. This person is looking, Emily is looking for to enter C, E, G. Oh, this is Constellation.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but it's Constellation Energy.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at this chart this whole time. Pretty strong chart. And we can see, this last major downside we had put in a macro higher low. And now we're getting that higher high. So this zone is definitely not the area I would enter if I was trading this. But, I have to go back in history, and I like the 2-week chart because I think it's a lot more cleaner. And we can see here that, the last time we basically lost the 2-week EMA 9, we fell and even went below a little the 2-week EMA 21 for it to quickly get bought up. It wasn't until this closure here, once we reclaimed it, that we essentially kept this up only posture until we lost it here. So when I look at something like that and I go to where we're at now, we can see here this 9 basically was very, very strong support through and through. And we can see that the 21 perfectly acted as support here, even after losing the 9, which is the place I would have looked for if I was viewing the 9 and the 21 relationship. So now that we basically have broken above and even opened and are closing very strong this 2-week, well above the even last previous high. For me, I have to start eyeing, and it's a big drop, but the more conservative approach for this trade for me would be eyeing this 220 region. To me, I think that over time, if we get any kind of dumps into that, not saying we will, and it's just pure bullhopium, but over time, if we get any dumps into this 220 zone, to me, I like that because we can see, the last few months of these rejection highs, basically we're caught around this resistance, while also we're going to get that 9 over time. We're going to get it grinding up, matching that 220 zone. Over the course of this whole bull market on this chart, we can see that the 9, even on this dump here and over here, acted as a major opportunity through and through. And so that's why I'm more convinced that, yes, it looks very good and we are breaking out, but we just haven't tested the 9. And I do think that around this 220 zone could be an opportunity, as long as, the chart doesn't just go to the moon from here and things don't just go up only, even as bullish as they are. And why I think we could get a pullback is because if we start analyzing BBWP on all time frames, so the weekly approaching extremes now, right at 95.7%, can still keep being at extremes. It's about to hit extremes is what I should say, not at extremes yet, but approaching it. Whereas also the 2-week is still supporting price, but again, still approaching that level. The lower we go, though, the more evident it becomes that, a pullback here, definitely not buying this. For me, a pullback or at least consolidation is definitely something I'm expecting, I guess. Across the lower we go, across all time frames, we just start reaching that extreme level. Even as bullish as this is, consolidation would be welcomed for CEG bulls, essentially. But I do think that we could get a pullback. The daily has silver cross, though. And so it is hard for me because I don't think that the easy trade is up here. I do think that actually waiting patiently, coming down, maybe even getting a gap fill, coming down to this 220 zone could make for the easy trade. And it's just visually like an SR flip, something we haven't had since we broke out. And that's all I can get from this chart is on the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, and even the weekly. To me, it's looking like we are approaching extremes, and that this chart could have a little more feel to go up, but as it stands, a pullback is something someone who would want to buy this should be watching out for. And since we know that, okay, well, this was a macro higher low, then we should get another after the higher high, wherever this basically stops. And we know that since momentum's almost at extremes, it should be soonish. We should then be everyone should be on higher low watch, which as history has shown us, it's more clear on the 2-week. The opportunity zones on this chart have always been with this 9. And so for me, we just freshly lost it and then broke above it. I'm liking this, approaching this 220 zone. A spot even without the 9 confluence, we've been rejecting. So, I'd patiently, if you're waiting, just wait for this 220 zone. So you could even start scaling in right around a 236 and then have the rest of the bids right at 220, in my opinion. To me, is something I would do, but I wouldn't be longing up here personally.
I put a fib right from the low on the left down to the local, low right here, low right there at 155, and the targets towards the upside. Actually, the first one that is about to hit is 286.99, and the next one is 367, which is ridiculous. But what's really cool is exactly what you're saying. 237 seems like between 237 and 221 seems to be like the perfect area to get in before the movement continues.
Yeah, and to me, that's the bullhopium, because from this point on to maybe even to this high here, 236, it's still 16% move. But to me, when we're seeing everything at extremes, it definitely wouldn't surprise me. And I know people here are itching for an entry, and it's very, very, very aggressive to enter anywhere here. Even taking this wick high here, to me, would even be slightly aggressive. But in super bullish up only manners, we usually do that. Meaning we usually base off the last wick high, even this last wick high, right? Before breaking out majorly, we went through back, tested it. This is on a 2-week chart. And then not really here. In very bullish up only structures, that's usually what happens. To me though, and seeing the history of this chart, no need to make it harder. So like this 9 has been a very big opportunity spot. 220 is also lining up nicely right around that 220 with that 34. Ideally though, the best case would be okay, the daily silver grouse played out. We either go and test the 21, which could line up with that 236, or the best case would be that this 100 actually moves up, meets price right at that 220, giving us a lot of confluence in that spot being a major opportunity. I'm just liking though across the board, because it wouldn't take much for this monthly even on next closure to move up to this zone. And throughout this entire history of the 9 on the monthly, it's just been a major opportunity. I know people like viewing the 5, and the 5 again is giving us nice confluence with that 236. And that's why I think it wouldn't be dumb to start scaling in at that 236 zone, 235. But then, stack the bids. I would have them all the way down to 220. All the way down to 220. Assuming this doesn't move up, I'd just be watching this monthly 9. And that's how these charts are. People really want to short them and become a hero, but as history has shown us on this chart, there's really nothing to. There's really no bearish thesis other than a mean reversion to the downside. But even so, I mean, if you just see how price has flirted with the higher time frame moving averages, there's really no trigger. And so the only trigger I can see is a potential throwback and SR flip here, 220, giving us another higher low. As long as we don't break this low here at 171, let me get the exact number. Yeah, it should be 171.04. Yeah, then anywhere in the zone can be a higher low. And that's what anyone on this chart should be watching for. Maybe it rolls over, comes here, gets bought up, or maybe it goes deeper and comes here and then gets bought up. But as long as it's keeping this higher high, higher low structure, the trend is your friend. And this chart's pretty strong. So I wouldn't expect a major pullback. But the way everything is at extremes here, I'd definitely be looking for a pullback. And if we get any kind of big dump on this, I hope that whoever is wanting to buy this goes to their levels, looks at this 220 first, which would have confluence ideally with that weekly 9 throwback here, which lines up with the 2-week, which I think is more cleaner. That 2-week right here, which is right now at 217, but this is closing today, and I bet you it'd be more lined up with this 220 zone. That's all I really have on this chart, though. I really wouldn't be buying this now, and I'd be waiting for a pullback. That's what at least momentum is telling us. It's hitting the levels, approaching extremes, and here's where late longs get smoked, where this chart potentially has a nice pullback, if not consolidation, to form another higher low. That is where the opportunity will lie, and I think the weekly 9 will be the spot. So
awesome. Thank you. And I got a good one for you. Save Spirit Airlines, because they just declared bankruptcy.
Oh, okay.
SAVE. Yeah. And we'll go into Tesla in a second. Let me just show this one. Vale, estamos viendo Constellation Energy Corporation. Esta es una empresa energética de electricidad, tíos. Ya lo saben, una empresa de energía, pues. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual, podemos ver que esto, que empezó en enero del 2022, ha estado en una tendencia alcista permanente, muy por encima del 9 desde que empezó a popular en la mensual, lo que es una señal bastante alcista, y ahora estamos en descubrimiento de precio en $281.14. Pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más, vamos a hacer la de 2 semanas. En la tabla de 2 semanas también podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, podemos ver que venimos a retestear el 21, bienvenido, y te dio un súper golpe a la alza, una vez que volviste a retomar la 9, que aquí simplemente nos dio una desviación rápida, un retesteo y para arriba, bastante bien. Niveles importantes a tener en cuenta en este tipo de tablas es básicamente lo que estamos viendo acá. Normalmente cuando tienes al 9 por encima del 21 que cruzaron acá, es algo bastante alcista, lo puedes ver que nunca se perdió acá y tiene muchísima fuerza. Cuando estás en este tipo de situaciones, lo que quieres hacer es buscar un retesteo de esta zona, de la 9. Una vez que vengas a la 9 a revisitar en un ajuste, es cuando quieres poder hacer tus compras, porque probablemente esto vaya a continuar a donde va. Pero antes de eso, yo creo que te puedes acercar más en la diaria por la falta de datos que tienes. Puedes darte cuenta que tenemos acá un cruce plateado, un silver cross justamente acá, lo que creó este gap grande en los $209 hasta acá. Ahora, ¿cuál es tu primera zona de interés en esto? Yo digo que los 236, que es este alto, o es más, 233, 236, empezar con una posición pequeña es lo que yo haría. Y de ahí, siguiente mordida, 221, donde está esta zona por acá, donde se va a juntar con el 55 más o menos cuando dé. Esto, si simplemente continúa para arriba, es mejor no tocarlo, pero si viene y tiene un retroceso y viene a testear el 9, viene a testear el 21 y el 55, no me preocuparía para nada, y ahí es donde están las oportunidades de entrada. Cuando pongo la tabla en semanal y nos aventamos un Fibonacci de este alto para descubrir qué tanto vamos para arriba acá, puedes ver lo cerca que estás del siguiente objetivo de esto, que son básicamente los 288, y de ahí el objetivo sigue siendo mucho más alto. Pero interesantemente, puedes ver acá 238, 236, que es este alto, zona de interés porque el precio venga a rebotar. Segunda zona y segundo rango es entre los 236 a esta línea meme que acabamos de dibujar en los 221. Y tu tercera oportunidad está hasta acá en los 206. Recuerda que tenías un gap. ¿Dónde está el gap? Acá, que se cierre en los 200, 208, exactamente. Yo creo que el retesteo de esto, o parcial o total, va a ser la oportunidad grande para poder entrar. Eso es lo que tenemos para ti rápidamente en CEG. Vamos a ver Tesla, como de que no, carajo. Una empresa de autos eléctricos, pero ¿sabes qué? No es de autos eléctricos, Alejandro, es una empresa de inteligencia artificial. All righty, ready. even with my joke.
I don't know what you said, but I'll assume it was funny.
You know what? I'll take it. I'm not even going to tell you because it's probably going to be disappointing. So I'll just let it in your mind exist as a funny joke that I made because they never are. So thank you.
Let's start with some statistics. Today is, I believe, Friday. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Indeed.
But there's a 54% chance of closing green today, with an average move of 0.63 and a max move of 1.91. So let's see what we are at currently. And indeed, we are green. We have a move of 2.61%. No, my
It's
bad.
above average.
No, it's actually 1.53%. So we're within the range of 0.64% to 1.91% because we're at 1.5. Where's that? Take this away. Put that back on. And now we see on the daily right now, we are finding resistance at this 38.2%, which is also the 9 and the 5 EMA. But the reason why I don't think, let me switch, because the weekly is still, the reason why I don't think it's as bad is I figured that the weekly is looking a lot stronger as it's still holding the bottom 38.2%. And the silver cross is still active. And if you look at our HPR momentum right now, it is breaking back below the critical zone. And we're expecting this moving average to catch up on the next weekly open. And that's where it will theoretically find support to flip back up, whereas the volatility is starting to reset. So the volatility on this move down is going down. So volatility, this is going to be a corrective move, and volatility is not supporting the move towards the downside. And on the jewel, we still have this fresh curvature towards the upside, but this light blue cyan buy signal, and it is crossing above the pink. So the pink is currently not being resistance. And if we get a weekly closure with the cyan above the pink, then the pink is going to become support towards the downside if we do get a continued correction, and this can move towards the bullish control zone. Let's switch to the monthly, see how that's looking. The monthly is also finding support at the top, 38.2%. It even front ran it a little bit, and it's still above all of the major moving averages. I got to get this cat down. And then
he instantly starts crying.
And our HPDR momentum is breaking towards the bullish critical zone, and while the volatility is supporting it on the monthly, oh my gosh, it just jumped right back in my lap. And now the monthly jewel is also flipping up towards upwards curvature with the light blue cyan signal, and it's above.
That's a good buy signal, right?
Yeah, but the pink has to be above. The pink has to be above the yellow, though. If
that's
the
what
pink,
I'm saying. If it turns.
Yeah. So on the next monthly open, if we see the pink cross above the yellow, and then this is the light blue is still above, that's going to be one of the best buy signals on the jewel that you could get, where they're all bunched together, and the pink is above the yellow, and the light blue is above the pink.
Nice.
And we on the monthly, unlike the weekly, we do have volatility supporting momentum towards the upside. Quarterly, which just closed, we closed within the blue 38.2% zone, and now we're finding support right at the bottom of 38.2% zone. So as long as this area holds this wick low of $237.81, we have a higher probability of testing the median, which right now is at $294.84. And with how our quarterly jewel looks right now, it's curving around from this dark blue cell, you could say, to a neutral. On the next one, we're expecting this to start turning into a light blue. And right now, we also have the DMI support as well. The directional movement index is flipped green. That's supporting the cash flow flowing into the asset. So this is likely to turn light blue. And then the momentum is now fully reset as well. It went up to the 40% zone. It failed to get into the critical zone. Now it flipped back to the very close to the neutral level, just slightly below neutral. And then this moving average is going to catch up on this next quarterly open. And from there, that should find support. And our median right now is at that 294.84. If we get a close above this area, though, any type of close, because this is going to be very strong resistance. And the reason why this is resistance is because of this rejected high right here. After this rejected and it closed red, it ended up dumping another 46%. So this is going to be a very significant area, which is what the median is telling you. If you get a close over that, then you're going to go towards this previous rejected highs, which are currently at $395. So check the other side. But right now, we just have to continue seeing closures above that 38.2% zone. That brings the other probabilities into play.
At 230, right?
Yeah.
That's Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm switching.
Sorry, that happens to me every now and then. I'm looking at something, click on something else, and then go back, and I'm like looking at a different thing, and I'm like, yeah, and then in here, wait.
What was the ticker again?
Tesla, TSLA.
I was looking at the chart and I completely forgot what I was even looking at.
See?
Yeah, so Tesla still has that quarterly hidden bullish divergence in play as well. And it is still finding support at the neutral zone on the RSI. And the neutral zone currently is $226.56. So as long as it keeps holding that, the divergence is still going to play out. And it's very likely going to tap this bullish control zone, which lines right up with our moving average as well. The bullish control zone right now is at $455.68. That is pretty significant move from here. Let's see where it lines up with our fibs. It's right here, right above our 100% fib. So it's right within this zone where we would expect, if we were to get a liquidity grab, for it to wick above this area and get everybody long, gets the shorts to stop out, and then we would probably come back down to retest the 78.6%. This is the level that you retest and hold as support before you get the spring towards the 161.8%. So we could get our first high somewhere around the mid 400s, low to mid 400s, retest this $350 area, and then from there go to $600. But that's the only divergence I've seen so far is a quarterly one, but that's the only one you really need. Yeah, Tesla is at that level right now where it needs to hold that 38.2%, and if it does, then it can expand towards those quarterly hidden bullish divergence targets.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. Enovix for you.
Okay, that's the battery company, right?
That's right. That's right. So, okay. Aquí tenemos Tesla, damas y caballeros. Deme un segundito para poner esto todo en contexto rápidamente y vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Básicamente, bastante bien. Honestamente, creo que hemos podido ver eso en el precio de Tesla aguantando. Recuerden que Tesla tiene un evento bastante potente el 10-10, que es octubre 10 de este año, donde nos va a presentar el cibertaxi, ¿no? Que es mínimo lo que estamos esperando, y también anuncios de que la flotilla de Tesla, de todos los coches que tienen en existencia, pueda empezarse a manejar sola. Y normalmente antes de esos eventos, un poco antes, es cuando el precio se rinde y empieza a bajar, para que tengan un poco de contexto. Ok, vale. Lo que hemos estado viendo, y déjenme elimino esta línea, de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, es sencillo. En la trimestral, lo único que tenemos que hacer es aguantar esta zona donde está el promedio de las 9, en los 230, que es la parte baja de su canal del 38.2%. Y si podemos aguantar esta zona para este cierre, que faltan 2 meses y 28 días, nuestro siguiente objetivo sería por acá más o menos de los 385. Estamos y tenemos una divergencia oculta alcista en el RSI. Eso quiere decir que es una continuación del movimiento, y por lo que vemos, la primera cosa que tenemos que romper es esta zona de los $354 para poder ver esa continuación. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual, podemos darnos cuenta que también el 9 justamente y frescamente acaba de trepar por encima del 21, lo que nos indica fuerza en el precio, rebotando bastante bien en el 55, solamente tocando una vez este año, me parece. Sí, solamente tocando una vez este año el promedio de la 100 y disparándose a la alza. En la semanal, yo creo que podemos ver aún mejor lo que estamos diciendo, porque todo esto es una continuación del movimiento alcista. Puedes ver que hay un cruce plateado bastante fresquezón por acá, y ahora tienes al precio yendo a intentar vencer esta resistencia en los 260.98. Esto podría ser algo engañoso. Podría decirte que esto es un alto más bajo que este y probablemente vayas a darte la vuelta como Bitcoin, pero en temporalidades altas la tabla no se ve nada mal, por lo que creemos que siempre y cuando podamos aguantar por otros 2 meses por arriba de 230, que también está por acá el promedio de las 9 en la semana, que es interesante, de 232. Esto debería de continuar, dar continuación a este movimiento alcista que hemos estado viviendo estos días con Tesla. Y ahora justamente en la diaria a corto plazo, el promedio de las 9 te está rechazando, lo que da una oportunidad al precio a caer a los 240. Pero el día de hoy es viernes, damas y caballeros. Los viernes en Tesla en promedio son 54%. Tienen tendencia del 54% en cerrar en verde y los promedios en los que cierra en verde es más 0.63 o más 1.91%. Así que estamos en una vela verde. Esto está dentro de las estadísticas, se ve bastante bien y creemos que el siguiente objetivo a vencer es este máximo local de los 265. De ahí va a ser 270 y para arriba. Lo que no quieres perder es la zona de los 230. Una vez perdida la zona de los 230, se pone algo dicey la cosa y tendríamos que asegurarnos de no romper estos bajos en los 200 para no formar nuevos bajos con un alto más bajo y que haya sido una desviación. Es lo que estamos viendo en Tesla, se ve bastante bien, pero recuerden, vienen resultados. Save. Bam.
Yeah. So, you know, this chart looks real bad. But you know, regardless, we'll look at it. Just wanted to put this in perspective because, yeah, it's down 98%.
No.
Yeah, probably going to get delisted sometime in the future, but we'll look at it. I think the 5 day is pretty easy and it's telling. We were talking on stream. I mean, I don't know when we talked about this, but I talked about it sometime apparently. We were talking about this zone being pretty important. As we can see, though, couldn't even reach that zone. Heavily rejected again the 9 on the 5 day, and this is kind of like a chart where you have to ask yourself why. You know, like what's the thesis? Where's the risk metric? You know, and this chart for me right now is not giving me any kind of bullish setup. Especially when we're seeing the daily and the 5 day reject so bad. You know, today was a massive dump for this chart. It's down 27% today. So another breakdown. It's definitely in a downtrend on every single time frame. You know, the 12-month looks horrendous. For me, though, I mean, the easy trade on this will be, I guess, when the 5 day can at least 5 day EMA can get reclaimed. Then that'll give us a move back to the 21. From there, we'll have to look at the 21 as a massive rejection zone. You know, we are seeing though that, yeah, even BBW, even momentum can still go up a bit. It's not even close to extremes yet, and it is expanding. So for me on this chart, it's more patience. I mean, you get a bigger move, I guess, if we get any closure above $4. But at this point, when we're at $1.62, it seems very unlikely.
That's a huge move.
Yeah. And so for me, then, I mean, if we get any 2 day closure, ideally above the 21, that'll be a shift. We haven't had that in a very long time with Spirit Airlines. And that'll probably bleed into the 5 day, actually reclaiming that 9 that we talked about. Again, just something to point out here is, you know, if a level keeps holding, there's no point to, if a level keeps showing you that it's major resistance, there's no point to try to kind of counter trade that or front run something. And as the 5 day has told us, since it got lost here, it's major resistance, and any kind of rallies to that has been just short opportunities. Even now, you know, we got this rejection up, it fell below. It never even got above it. It just rejected it. And then, you know, this 5 days terrible closing, you know, it's very, the issue with this chart too is the weekly is closing. That's what I meant. You know, the weekly is closing in 3 hours. And, you know, as it stands, this weekly is down 27%. So we have to look first at $2, $2.40 being major resistance if it even gets back above there. you know, it's hard for me to gauge this chart because it's just really beaten down. But, you know, even the daily with this 21 at basically $2.30 corresponds with the 5-day, you know, and it's basically telling me, yeah, there's major resistance at that 9. So, you know, if I was a person who liked pain and was trying to long this, I would personally wait for at least a 5-day closure back above the 9. Then I'll have some argument that, okay, we're now flipping this massive resistance level maybe into support, and then I would just take the trade only to this 21. But since the chart's so sold off, a move to the 21 would still be a nice 36% move. To me, that would be the easy trade, and there's probably going to be a massive rejection at this 21 the first time we hit it. So knowing that, I wouldn't want to hold the long and maybe round trip. But until then, and as long as this 9 is very strong resistance on the 5-day, and it's even now very far away, we're going to have to see where this closes going into next week. And yeah, any rallies into this is the first rejection zone. Start reclaiming it, cool. Now you kind of have some kind of invalidation based on a low, based on a closing basis. But trying to long here is knife catching. And as we've seen on this chart, knife catching Spirit Airlines hasn't been successful for anyone. So that is all I can give out on this chart. That is something to be mindful of. You know, we can go down to a lower time frame, I suppose. Maybe, you know, that can give me something else. Let me turn the 55 off too. That'll be helpful. Let's go to, I don't know why this is on. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, even on a 6-hour time frame, we're still getting that 21 resistance at 230. What we know with the weekly and the 2-day and the 5-day is that 230 level keeps getting brought up. On very high volatility times, I like flipping to the hourly. We have a nice gap here. It does not mean it has to get filled at all. And any bounces to this hourly 9 even should be looked at as the first rejection zone. So, I mean, until it can even go up to the 9, it's just kind of a no man's land, as shown here. So really there's really nothing I can give. I mean, hopium for bulls would basically be, I guess if it can start getting a daily closures above 230, 240, then you make the argument that the 5-day is now actually reclaiming the 9, a level that we've basically been under since losing it at this point here in January, the beginning of this year. All year long, it's been under it. So I guess reclaiming that on the 5-day will be my first point to maybe go to some move back to that $3.22 zone. But then I'll be looking at that as a major rejection area for this chart. Trying to get anything else other than that. Yeah, I guess you can make the argument if that basically if the 21 on the 5-day ends up not moving too much, then on the 2-week, I guess you could argue that, okay, if the 2-week starts reclaiming, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any hopium, honestly. Yeah, there's no
background.
And we can even see here now with the meme line from the last breakout zone here, when we lost this is kind of when we started moving down more. You can even see the 9 now is very, very below. So even if we got some major squeeze up and this chart pumped up 200%, the first major rejection zone would be this 9. So, I mean, when you see something like that, you have to trade lower time frames. And even if we go down to a 15-minute, it's not looking too good. So overall, yeah, this chart is bad. There's not much hopium. Stick to the 5-day. The 5-day is pretty clear on what this chart, the areas it doesn't like and the areas it does like. You know, reclaiming this 21, at least on a 5-day closure, would be at least good hopium for a move back to $4. There, I'd expect a major rejection, which lines up with the monthly. So, yep, it's just more quick scalps on this one because reclaims the 9, cool, but could heavily reject the 21 here, but still giving you a nice 30% move in that zone. So, something I'm not going to trade or even look at again. But yeah, nasty chart. And we talked about this. This is, I guess, where I drew out if it could like break this $4 zone, then bulls could have some kind of argument. But now that we're, you know, over what is it, 100%? Was it 200%? Yeah, it was. Basically, yeah, 150% away from that. It seems very unlikely. So, yeah, I mean, don't really have much. Watch the 9 on the 5-day. It's no reason to be bullish here as long as we're under it. And we now are very healthily under it. And we're getting a weekly and a 2-week close today. So it's just more points with the bears, I guess. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what the metric is for a stock to get delisted, but very surprised Spirit Airlines is operating, honestly.
No, they will. I mean, today, simply, they had already been punished, and today they're down just on today, 27%. So, yeah.
Yeah, imagine buying Spirit at $80. Now it's at $1.60. Something.
And especially,
yeah.
It's not even a stock that you would be proud of holding. Like, I hold Spirit Airlines. Like, do you not travel? Like, do you for real have never traveled? Do you not understand what Spirit Airlines is? Like, why are you holding that fucking piece of shit?
Exactly.
Didn't they say at one point they wanted to remove the seats?
Well, yeah, it was going to be like one of those trucks or a subway that everybody's just riding like that. Because what they wanted to do was create a new lower class.
That's for you peasants over there.
Yeah,
that lower class.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. I got Microsoft for you, Alex.
Okay. Cool.
It should be fun.
Yeah.
Lots of data.
Yeah.
Vale, vamos a empezar con Save. Save en este momento, esta es una aerolínea, quiero que lo sepan, se llama Spirit Airlines en Estados Unidos, no creo que la tengamos en países de Latinoamérica, pero no estoy seguro. Esta es una de las peores aerolíneas del planeta. Nos hemos burlado de ellos toda la vida y creo que pueden entender por qué. Cada una de estas velas son 12 meses. Hay gente tan loca que compró Spirit Airlines en $85. En este momento, Spirit Airlines está cotizando en $1.63. Básicamente la historia de Fisker. Ok, voy a acercarme más. Voy a resumirles esta, se me hace completamente irrelevante. Estás preguntándome, ¿podría haber a Save bancarrota o no? Entiendo lo que estás intentando hacer, porque yo también lo he pensado varias veces. ¿Quieres comprar esto? Porque si sube de aquí a acá, estás hablando de 150, 200%. Pero normalmente cuando estás viendo este tipo de caídas, se acabó. Esto deberían de quitarlo de los exchanges. Esto no es algo bueno donde quieres comprar el fondo y va a subir 300%. Tienes más probabilidades de perder pedazos grandes de tu capital a que esto suba. Eso se tiene que decir y se ha dicho, ¿ok? Nunca intenten cachar el fondo de algo y sobre todo cuando no saben si puede existir. Cuando me rifo y digo, güey, me voy a aventar al fondo de Rivian, es porque la gente, por más que ellos duden en esto, yo sé, o mínimo, mi más grande confianza es en mi habilidad de saber cuánto vale una marca, solamente una marca, y cómo no puede desaparecer. Esto no tiene ni marca, esto no es algo que todo el mundo le guste, esto no es algo que no vaya a desaparecer, no hay nada que me dé ese sentimiento. ¿Ok? Tengo el gráfico de 5 días, es bastante sencillo. Pueden ver, habíamos analizado antes, habíamos dicho que si puedes romper esta zona de los 4.02, probablemente sería bueno para empezar tu long, pero nunca se pudo y hemos estado cayendo potentemente desde entonces hasta el 1.38, ahora cotizando en 1.64 con una pérdida diaria, solamente en el diario de 26.79%. ¿Por qué? Porque tienen 3.3 mil millones de dólares en deuda, 3.300 millones de dólares en deuda. Los dejaron juntarse con otra aerolínea y esto se ve mal. ¿Cuál es tu trade? Tristemente, tu trade está escondido aquí mismo. Tu primera zona es poder retomar el promedio de las 9, que está en 2.39. Y para que entiendas el tipo de movimiento que se tiene que dar desde donde está el precio a esa zona, es un 50%. Eso te diría, si puedes retomar el promedio de las 9 en esa zona, bien, tu primera oportunidad de salirte sería en el promedio de las 21. Para que llegue al promedio de las 21 estando en el 9 en este momento, el delta es de otro 33%. Una vez que tomes el promedio del 21, aquí es donde yo diría que aquí es donde nosotros decimos que aquí valdría la pena subirte al tren para una subida más certera a esta zona de $4, que sigue siendo un 25%. Pero hasta entonces estás cachando un cuchillo en bajada y normalmente esos te cortan la mano. Así de fácil, no hay más. Enovix.
Let's get it.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so I already looked at the stats beforehand. There's a 52% chance of closing green on Fridays with an average move of 3 to 4.04%. Right now, we are currently up from open. We've seen a move of 5.98%. So we've even gone outside of the statistical average. And it makes sense because we're all the way at the top of the 88.3% on the HPDR ranges. Whenever you get this high, you only have an 11.7% chance of continuation. So it makes very good sense that we're getting a rejection here. But the reason why I don't see it as bearish as rejecting the 88.3% is because we're getting a strong closure over the 100 EMA and we're basing off of it as support. The last time we were over the 100 EMA was after this breakdown, right in this zone. So the significance of that is now that we've closed over the 100 EMA, we have a probability of retesting this breakdown zone. It's right here at around $13.80 to around $13.90. Let's say $14. So if we go back down towards here, that would put us somewhere between the 95% range and the 99% range. But what's more likely is that since we're already at the 88.3, that we're probably going to consolidate here while these ranges move up maybe 1 or 2 days, because this is a daily chart. And from there, we can get that extension towards that $14 area, right? And at that point, it won't be in the 90%. It will probably be within the 78.6 or the 88.3. Let's check the weekly because we're about to get a weekly close. Right now on the weekly, we're about to invalidate this silver cross towards the downside because we're just about to close over the 55 EMA. We have about 2 hours, 53 minutes to go. 55 EMA is literally 1 cent below price action right now, at $11.27. So if we do close over this 55, it gives us a probability of testing towards this 50% in this 100 EMA, which right now is at around $12.16. If we can break over this 100 EMA, that would put this weekly downtrend into question, and it would give us a probability of retesting this breakdown point somewhere between $16.30 and $18.15. And if we were to close over that, then we would have a I believe we could measure move from fit. And it also this breakdown area also lines up with the 78.6%, which you would have to close over to get your breakout towards the next extension. That would be somewhere around $33. That's like 3x from where we are right now. And our HPDR momentum is breaking out. It's going towards the critical area on the weekly, and the volatility is supporting it. And the jewel is starting to curve back around out of these sell posturing into neutral, and it has a strong curvature upwards. So on the next weekly open, this is very likely going to shift into the cyan light blue, and it's within the bearish control zone. So it's very likely going to break out of the bearish control zone. Since the last time we tested the bullish control zone, it rejected, and we got our move down. This time around, it's going to be a much weaker area, and we're very likely going to break into the bullish control zone and get a more significant move than we did last time. Let's draw a vertical line and see what happened last time we broke out of the bearish control zone. And these were all less significant moves because we were not able to get very high on the jewel. This time around, we're very likely going to break into the bullish control zone. From here, we had a move up of
It's explosive.
86%. And then from here, we had a move up of 23.5%, 25.68%. And on this one, it wasn't going to be as significant because we didn't have any previous tests of this area of the jewel. So we had significant resistance there. This time around, we've already tested the bullish control zone. So we're very likely going to break out from the bearish control zone straight into the bullish control zone. And that's what our volatility is telling us as well. The volatility is ticking up while we're getting this expansive move, and momentum is sharply towards the upside. Check the monthly. Monthly right now is getting a very strong move basing off of the median, breaking over not only the 38.2%, but the 50% and the 61.8% area right now. Our momentum is breaking into the upside on the HPDR, and volatility is supporting it. and Jules curves very sharply, nicely towards the upside as well on the monthly. That would give us a probability of testing this 78.6, which is this breakdown area, where we initially lost $15 and we broke down to like just below $10, like $9.50. That would be right around the 78.6, which is that $13.80-ish number. So let's see what we got on the same thing. Basically, every single high time frame is giving us the same signal, where the momentum is shifting up and volatility is supporting it. Check the RSI. Right now, monthly is giving us a potential drive of hidden bullish divergence right out of the bearish control zone. And it's also rejecting the bearish control zone. So if that does confirm, that's going to give us, we're already at the middle zone. So we can have our target higher than that. It's going to be at the bullish control zone. Because this is going to confirm after the monthly close, so the next monthly open, we're going to get a different number. This number is not going to be as accurate, but right now the bullish control zone sits at $24.95, which is right around these previous highs, like right here, right around this wick high to this wick high. That would be our target on that confirmed hidden bullish divergence. Check the quarterly, nothing, there's not enough data for that. Weekly, 5-day. And the 2-day also has a confirmed drive of bullish divergence, which is also rejecting the bearish control zone. Right now, the 2-day is broken over the middle zone. It's going towards the bullish control zone, which if it closes like this today, is very likely going to tap the bullish control zone. And that level sits at $12.82. So right now, all of our higher time frames are telling us the same thing. The momentum is very strongly with the bulls. And we're about to confirm several drives of divergence on multiple different indicators towards the upside on higher time frames.
Very, very nice and informative. Thank you, sir. 1 second. BYD.
The electric cars.
Yes, sir. Apparently, a lot of people are just investing in electric cars. That's it. There's no other shares matter. All right.
Trying to find the next Tesla.
Yeah.
Vale, pues tenemos Enovix por acá. Es una empresa que crea nueva tecnología para baterías en todo tipo de sectores, para que lo entiendan todos. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Hemos estado en una tendencia bajista. Básicamente, no desde el principio porque tuviste este pico, pero sí has estado creando nuevos altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Estoy en una temporalidad de 5 días, pero voy a poner 2 semanas para que lo puedan ver más a gusto y sabroso, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos todos nuestros niveles importantes puestos en esta tabla, sin lugar a dudas. Es algo que he seguido por muchísimo tiempo. Y en este momento, puedo decir contentamente que se empiezan a ver bastante bien las cosas. Podemos ver a través de todos los indicadores de Farhand, en lo que se refiere a volatilidad y momentum, están apoyando a el movimiento a hacer una continuación alcista. También estamos viendo que hay bastantes divergencias en temporalidades altas ocultas alcistas. Estas divergencias ocultas, recuerden, son simplemente una continuación del movimiento que lleva. Y en este momento, Enovix está cotizando en $11.35. Para que sepan, Enovix los viernes tiende a cerrar con 52% de probabilidades de que cierren positivo y normalmente cuando lo hace, los promedia entre 3% y 4.02%. Para que lo sepan a la alza. En este momento, Enovix está más arriba que eso. Abrió acá y... Espérame, esto está mal medido. No subió 30% hoy Enovix. Ah, qué pendejo soy. Está arriba 6.57%, lo que es arriba del promedio. Bastante bien. Ok, nos vamos a acercar un poco más. Vamos a temporalidad diaria. Yo creo que aquí es donde la fiesta se encuentra y todo se ve muy bien. Lo primero que vemos es que cruzamos el 9 por encima del 21 potente. Rompimos a través de la resistencia en el 55 en la zona de los 10.30. Bien. Venimos y rompimos también la zona de los 10.57, que es donde está el promedio de los 200, bien, y las 10.71 en este momento. Lo que estamos viendo en Enovix es que probablemente estamos creando bajos más altos. Hemos visto que tuviste esta gran explosión de sabor, pero volviste a regresar por acá, una vez más creando un nuevo bajo, y ahora veniste hasta acá creando un alto más bajo. Pero por primera vez estás formando un bajo, ¿no? Acá con un bajo más alto, con bajos más altos. Eso se ve bastante bien en temporalidades altas, lo hemos dicho, tiene bastante divergencias ocultas alcista, lo que da continuación a este movimiento. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a ver? Porque en temporalidades cortas está un poco sobrevendido esto. Lo que probablemente veamos es a Enovix ranguear en esta zona tantito, en lo que todos estos promedios empiezan a subir, junto con estos, no sé por qué los estoy dibujando. Viene Enovix a recargarse acá y ¡pum! Nos vamos para arriba. Ahora, después de dibujar todas estas tonterías, así de rápido las puedo quitar. ¿Qué es nuestro primer objetivo? Nuestro primer objetivo se encuentra en los 12.23. Tenemos que romper los 12.23. Una vez que rompes los 12.23 y confirmes, tu siguiente objetivo está por acá en los 14.75, 14.77. Y en temporalidades más altas, si no estoy equivocado, no, tenemos la coincidencia del 200 con el siguiente objetivo por acá de los 12.16. Pero en temporales cortas también tienes el 12.60, lo que probablemente nos permita mover ahí y está rangueando acá. Siguientes movimientos, de nuevo, queremos romper esta zona y después te vas a ir a buscar la zona aquí arriba, tienes que romper los 17, de acá los 18.73 e ir a buscar ahora sí que nuevos altos por acá en las diferentes zonas. Pero por ahora Enovix se ve bastante alcista. Esperemos que estos sean nuevos altos, tal cual lo estamos diciendo. Básicamente esta línea que están viendo de meme en el 10.67 es algo donde queremos consolidar alrededor de, para poder tener que todos los promedios en los índices de volatilidad y momentum puedan bajar, a reajustarse y poder permitir dar un movimiento sin estar sobrecomprado, que es lo que estamos esperando, pero en busca de romper estos altos. Así que atentos por ahí, Enovix se empieza a ver bastante bien. Voy a contestar esto rápido. El tío Salo, el dios de la mercadotecnia, ¿qué piensa de Tesla y sus robots? No tiene nada que ver con la mercadotecnia. Esto es simplemente la habilidad de poder crear nuevos trabajadores que no te cobran nada y solamente tienen un precio por adelantado, no tienen que descansar, no te pueden demandar, etcétera. Es algo que no podemos contar. Tiene demasiado valor. Microsoft, Alex, hit it.
Yeah, so we actually have a pretty important 2-week and weekly closure incoming. What I find interesting about this 2-week is we're actually, we saw BBWP go as low as 11.92%. Now it's starting to expand here. I think it's interesting because what bulls want is this. They don't want this 2-week EMA 9 to get lost. If this gets lost, it'll look like a big deviation, just simply because we reclaimed the meme line. And also the EMA 9, but then also losing it deviates that and also the 9. So to me, then that would not be a good sign, and it could open up next week with more downside with Microsoft. It's also more evident on the weekly. We can see here that bulls really want this 34 to hold, because how they're going to view this as it's basically a breakout to reclaim. Now we're coming down and back testing it. So then bulls ideally want this 34 to hold. If we start getting weekly closures under this 34, to me, that could be especially today, if we start losing and getting close, basically any closure today under $414.95, to me, that could be maybe a front runnable event to a breakdown into next week. Just because of simply how well price flirts with this 34. We basically broke above it. It was caught by the 9. Any major dump that we had fell and got support at this 34. Here as well, it just got more front ran, but big expansions happen from this 34 when we're in bullish posturing. And so it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of bulls are watching this zone here. If we start losing this and closing below it, to me, then that will have an implication of a potential breakdown, which then could mean that, we're actually going to go and test this 388 zone. To me, that's a pretty big zone on Microsoft, and it kind of hinges on where this weekly and 2-week close and how well, we get the open into next week. I do think, though, that this 388 zone is pretty important, because very much if we start losing the 9 on this 2-week and also we start losing the weekly 21, my apologies, the weekly 34, then it has implications for us actually on the 2-week testing all the way down back to that 34, which is lining up right around that 388 zone that I talked about. If we actually don't hold this 388 zone, to me, this will look then like a false breakout to then rejection, and then we actually could start breaking down. On a 2-week, it's more evident. We've been kind of in this range, this consolidation range, since the beginning of the year. This could be looked at as a false breakdown to bearish retests, in my opinion. And then if we start breaking this 2-week 34, then to me, it basically tells me that this chart probably does get the momentum expansion to the downside, and we probably do see a lot lower. To me, then I'll be looking at this $340, $345 range. Why I also think that the daily needs to bounce here is because, we can see this one kind of orange line here. This is the SMA 200. If we go and just look at it throughout Microsoft's history, big moves usually happen here. It doesn't like to get lost for very long. And also the chart then likes to also get a nice buyback once it's reclaimed. When it starts falling under it and actually rejecting it, this is where big moves down happen. We see it on these two taps, massive rejections from the zone. And so what we're doing now is we're basically, since this breakout started in January, February of 2023, we've essentially been getting support by this EMA 100. We're now testing this SMA 200, which is never a strong sign in my opinion. We're getting this cluster of moving averages telling me that there's probably very strong resistance right at $420, which is a nice number, to $425. To me, if bulls don't start picking up and actually getting a bounce from this level, they run the risk of us losing this SMA 200, then giving us that move back down to $388. That's why today's going to be very crucial to see an actual bounce. Them just holding it here is what bulls want. They don't need to bounce crazy out of this, but they need a reaction. So that way they don't run the risk of the weekly actually losing this 34, which is closing in 2 hours and 38 minutes. And so to me, if this weekly keeps holding the 34, we then expect bounces from the 34. Once that 9 on the weekly is reclaimed, we can then confidently say that this was a bottom. But until that gets reclaimed, we have to be more on defense because we have a lot of daily resistance ahead. We have the 2-week freshly losing that EMA 9, which is something that, bears and bulls are going to be watching for today. And then also the weeklies hinging on the 34. And so it's interesting to actually see this chart because, especially with how momentum's looking, a big move could happen from here. And as it stands, I'm getting more bearish vibes than bullish vibes. There is some hopium though, and that's we'd want to keep seeing bounces from this monthly 9. It's interesting to see it tapped again. Each month we keep tapping it. We're not really getting the expansion from it. We're just kind of basing from it, which is fine because what we're seeing is it's resetting momentum down. But the issue is if the weekly and the 2 weeks start breaking down, then that can have implications for the actual monthly to break down. And if this 9 gets lost on Microsoft, that'll be the first time it was lost this entire bull market. And we know just from the reactions here, once this 9 gets lost, choppy environments happen, but then usually price finds itself back to the 21. And where's that 21 now? It's at $375. And the idea would be that this will keep moving up, matching this 388 zone, giving this more of a spring if it does hit the 21. But that is something to just be mindful of. And luckily for us, we are having some pretty big closures. And so we'll know fairly soon how this is going to go. It's so far not looking the worst as long as this 34 holds. Because what bulls want is something like this. It deviates, quickly gets bought back up, rejects, holds a support, and then we can actually go up from there. If we start losing this, then we run the risk of actually going down to here. And if we don't get a bounce, and we know the more time support is tested, the weaker it gets, we actually then run the risk of hitting this weekly EMA 100, which I do think will be a major spot for Microsoft. And I do think that we haven't hit that, so we should get some kind of reaction there. That'll be a pretty big spot. But we can't front run the monthly yet. And that is just assuming that the weeklies actually do start breaking down. And to me, it'll be pretty evident that if the weekly starts losing the 34, and then the 2 week as well is now losing the 9, then to me, it's more we're seeing a breakdown, especially with how momentum is starting to flip up. And that could actually give bulls a lot of bears a lot of upper hand, in my opinion. And so the idea would be, you know, if bulls are in control here, we'd want them to keep closing above the 34. We start losing this, then we have to look at a lot lower at $388. And even there, the bounce it's not very likely. I'd be more convinced at this zone. But the first bounce on would be this $388. You know, and if we get any bounces, I'm watching for at least the daily EMA 100 to get reclaimed. It's very simple because on Microsoft, we can see anytime we fall below it, it gets a bounce. It reclaims the EMA 100. We then test it, flip it into the support. It usually gets big bounces from there. We see it again, fell below it. Once it got reclaimed and tested it as support, we got a big bounce from that point. And so that's kind of, for me, what bulls want is they want this zone here. We want daily closures back above like $424. To me, then that could give us momentum to actually break up. But as long as we're under this daily EMA 100 and barely holding on to the SMA 200, we have to be more cautious at this chart potentially breaking down, especially with how the weekly is basically holding on to life support right now, which is this 34. For me, with these moving averages, if we start losing these three, then we run the risk of going to the 100. It usually acts as a magnet. More points to bears as well as the fact that if we throw the 55 on, I'm almost certain, yeah, on this next closing, the daily runs the risk of silver crossing to the downside. We see that with the purple 21 going to flip under the 55. And to me, that just basically solidifies that this zone is massive resistance zone if it does, because you won't only have that EMA 100 as resistance, but you also have the 9. To me, that if we get this daily silver cross to the downside, it gives bears again more steam that we're probably going to get that breakdown. And that's why I do think that bulls, it's kind of a race against time for them. They want to see a reaction here. They want to get this, they really want to see this get bought up here. If they don't, then yeah, we definitely will see that $388, if not lower. And that is just something to be mindful of. You know, this has been in a range. It's been in a ranging environment since the beginning of this year. We've essentially had this false breakout, fell back into it, bounced, and then now we're breaking down again. We're now holding on to life support, and you know, you really have to just ask yourself, like, is it worth trying to long this 34? Maybe. It was an opportunity here. But the way everything else is looking, especially when we go and look at, you know, 2 week momentum, once this starts firing off, truly, this can really start coming down. And we can see a lot bigger move down than most are talking about even now. But for now, that's kind of not the case. We're still holding on. It's a very important closure today, though. And I think that'd be telling. If this weekly loses to 34, all eyes on that being resistance. Probably then the daily does silver cross to the downside. And I'm watching 2 points. I'm watching this $388 zone. And if we lose that, then I think we quickly go to this $367 zone, which corresponds with that weekly EMA 100, which to me will probably be a big opportunity. That's just what the charts told us. Each and every time we've gone to this weekly EMA 100, it's been a big dump, but it's always been an opportunity for Microsoft. So why would this time be different? I'm unsure. So I would be watching for that. You know, for Microsoft to go down to there, though, would be an impressive 12% dump, which is pretty big for this stock. So that is just something to be mindful of. But as history has shown, it's always kind of been an opportunity, granted, without this chop here. So that's all I really have. It's interesting to see the momentum kind of flipping, resetting, and possibly expanding, giving bears the upper hand. I do wonder why, you know, Microsoft looks like it wants to break down. Assuming the weekly 34 doesn't hold, it's interesting to see. But, you know, if we do lose that 34 in the weekly close today, I do think next week could open with a rejection, probably rallies up to it and then rejects it. going lower.
Yeah. First off, you, sir, are done. But also, look at this. Microsoft on the weekly, right? What you're saying is absolutely true. You lose the 34, right? Which is right here. You lose the 34 right now, you're going to come down here. But look, you made this high down here, higher high, and now a lower high with a lower low. This could take you down, right? If you make a new low, big zone to watch is 385. But the reality is, if you do break right here, where the 388 that you mentioned too, this is a head and shoulders. Shoulder.
Oh, yeah, didn't even see that.
Head, shoulder. So
yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, that's true.
If you break here, the move is kind of like 30% to the downside, to the zone of 305 and 308.
308. Yeah, I do think that at least then in that case, we'd probably get some mean reversion bounce at the weekly EMA 100.
Yeah.
But if we lose that, then yeah, I mean, next spot would be literally the weekly SMA 200 at 311.
Right here.
That's why I'm saying, like, since we've already hit the bottom of 388 so many times, it's going to be weaker. And even if, you know, if I didn't even see that head and shoulders, it, you know, to me, yeah, it just looks, it looks like it wants more downside. And it wouldn't surprise me. That's why bulls really want to step in here. They want this 34 to hold. They don't want us to test down, because if we do start testing down to that 388, that is going to be the first point of support. But then bulls are on like triple bottom watch, which never works well for them. I then just wouldn't see why we wouldn't go all the way down to 366, which would be a pretty big move for Microsoft overall.
Well, yeah, $3 trillion company, 3.11 trillion. I'm sorry. 30% would wipe out $1 trillion, by the way, if that move really comes through.
I think like worst case, I feel like worst case we could go down to 345. I really don't think, and I'll eat my words, I don't think Microsoft will go down to 308. I do think 345 though. Worst case, I think so, which would still be an 18% drop about.
It kind of looks like the Bitcoin chart, and this seems to be like when the ETFs came out type of thing, or when the war with Israel was. I can't remember which one it looks like. It looks more like the ETF one, I think, and that's at 367. And if you're just counting bodies, not just candle tops, 345, like you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So very interesting. It's looking more weak though to me. I wouldn't be longing this. I'd just wait into next week. This weekly closure and 2 weeks is going to be pretty key. If we lose the 34 and we lose the 2-week 9, you know, we have to start looking at it potentially maybe going under the monthly 9, and then all eyes on that 388 zone.
Yes, sir.
If we were to lose $1 trillion in value, it would basically lose an entire cryptocurrency market cap.
I know, which is so wild, by the way, because that could happen to Apple. That kind of happened to Nvidia when it went through that 45% correction, which was like super quick, or 35% correction. That's literally what happened. I think it was, no, I don't know the dates, but it's got 2 candles, a massive red one and a green one that went down on the way up before it went all the way to 140.
Yeah,
that was like a 35% drawdown, which is $1 trillion. So
that's the scary part about these massive companies.
I know, they're so fucking big. Either way, I'll get to this one. Thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Vale, estamos viendo Microsoft en la semanal. Yo creo que es la tabla que más me gustó de todas las que enseñó Alex. Sí, completamente. Porque en la mensual no te está diciendo tanto por acá, menos de que vayamos a aprender nuestros indicadores y solamente veamos las convergencias de nuestros promedios. Puedes ver lo importante de esta línea meme que tenemos nosotros acá en 410 con el promedio de las 9. Pero si brincamos a la semanal, podemos ver una fotografía bastante interesante. ¿Por qué? Uno, que solamente viendo teoría de velas, lo que estás viendo acá es un alto más bajo, un bajo y un bajo más bajo. Entonces, si esto se llega a dar la vuelta y rompe este bajo, estás creando oficialmente un bajo más bajo con un alto más bajo, lo que te dice que muy probablemente estás entrando en una tendencia bajista. Ahora, esto no está confirmado, por supuesto, para nada. Todavía podría darse el precio, la vuelta e irse para arriba. Pero también tienes que ponerte a ver otra cosa cuando analizas tablas. ¿Qué estamos viendo acá? Un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y si rompes este hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿cómo lo vas a medir? ¿Cómo vas a medir el movimiento de acá? Básicamente a esta línea verde, que es donde lo rompería si es que llega a bajar. Básicamente no quieres romper este mínimo. Si rompes este mínimo de acá, en los 388, ahí es donde vas a ver esto jugar. Y eso te llevaría a los $309, que también coincide con este subidongo de hasta acá, y ahí se quedó. Y con este fondo de acá. Entonces, tu movimiento sería perderle a Microsoft básicamente un 30% de valor. Bueno, desde aquí no es tanto. Desde acá sería hasta los 300, un 25%, una cuarta parte de valor de una empresa de 3.11 trillones de dólares, para que tengan un poco de idea de lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Pero en la semanal, esto es algo que estamos viendo. El promedio de las 9 sigue arriba del 21, pero estás bajando. Te acabas de recargar en el 34. El promedio de los 34 es esta línea rosa hermosa que tengo. Puedes ver que tenemos confluencia con el promedio de las 100, estando aquí en los 367, pero si bajamos más, también tienes confluencia con la zona de donde se da el hombro, cabeza, hombro, con el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200. Así que atención a esa zona. Yo creo que lo primero y lo único que tenemos que estar viendo es, uno, poder romper este alto en los 441 si eres alcista, para ir a buscar un nuevo máximo que supere los 467. Dos, si eres alcista, no quieres romper este promedio de las 34 que está en los 414. No le gusta a Microsoft venir a romper ese, siempre se agarra y en el promedio de las 34 y rebota con buena oportunidad, pero cuando lo pierde son caídas bastante potentes. Entonces, en este momento ese promedio está en los 414, quieres asegurarte de no romper ese promedio en este momento. Y si nos acercamos un poco más en la diaria, puedes ver que estás en la 200, en el promedio de los 200, y estás literalmente surfeando por encima de él. Cuando ves todas las líneas que se están juntando acá en los 423, sobre todo en temporalidades altas, en la 9, 423, ¿era la semanal o la de 2 semanas? En la semanal puedes ver que esos promedios de la 9 y la 21 están justamente acá también. Entonces empieza a pintarte una fotografía de que probablemente el precio venga a buscar esto próximamente, y de aquí ya veremos qué pueden hacer los toros o no, pero podrías tener continuación de este movimiento a la baja en Microsoft. Entonces, sencillo. No quieres perder el promedio de los 200 en la diaria, que está en 416, que también coincide con el promedio de las 34 en la semanal, en los 414. Es una zona que no quieres romper. Definitivamente, para no voltearte completamente alcista, no quieres perder los 388. Perdiendo los 388, se activa el hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja, y tu objetivo serían por ahí de los $310, $320. Atención a ello con Microsoft. Y si eres alcista de nuevo, quieres mantener esto, poder treparte encima del 420, romper este máximo en los 442 y continuar tu movimiento a la alza. Vale, pues, listo. Y para cerrar, BYD.
I'm assuming this is the right ticker because this is the one for the electric car company, BYDDF.
Yeah, and it's the one in the United States, absolutely.
So right now we're getting a weekly close in about 2 hours and 36 minutes. The reason why I'm not looking at the daily statistics is because we're at such extreme areas. They're not going to be very relevant right now. We're already breaking well above the 88.3%, and we have 2.5 hours to go. So it's very likely we're going to close above this 88.3% and go towards this 95%, which right now is just below $41 at $40.83. So we're almost certainly going to be below outside of our daily statistical ranges. And if you look at our daily HBR momentum, that is starting to flip back around from this moving average, and it's approaching the critical zone again towards the 100% area, while volatility is supporting it too. And the jewel is moving healthily within the bullish control zone, and it's giving this red God mode sell background. While we have this light blue coloring though, this is not going to be as relevant It's just telling you that whenever this starts to curl over and turn white and then dark blue, that you're going to have more of a significant correction after it actually does happen. But based off of how this weekly looks, right now we're getting a weekly close, just about to close over the top 78.6%. We have a silver cross towards the upside. We're very likely going to go towards, if we close like this, towards 88.3% at least, which right now is right around that $41 number, which was on our previous chart as well. Monthly is looking extremely strong. We have 27 days and 3 hours to go. We're already closing. We're already well above our 50% range. We're above these previous projected highs as well. So our next logical target would not just be the 61.8%, but we would likely go a little bit higher to retest these highs somewhere around this $43 area. And our monthly HPDR momentum is also breaking into the bullish control zone, while the volatility is flipping back up and supporting it as well. And then our monthly jewel is starting to break above the pink and the yellow, and it's getting within the bullish control zone, and it's not finding much resistance at all there. So it's giving you a perfect setup for continuation towards the upside. So the quarterly was just closed.
It's insane.
Yeah, quarterly is insane. Quarterly literally went back down towards the median, tested the median, and found so much buying pressure that it closed strongly above the median. Right now, based off that previous quarterly close, we have a statistical probability of hitting at least the top 38.2%. Right now, that number sits at $50. And probably we do it within this next 1 or 2 candle closures, which is around 3 to 6 months. It probably happens. Our jewel is starting to flip back around as well, starting to curl just outside of the bullish control zone, which would be basically a rejection of getting out of the bullish control zone and re-enter. Probably that time go towards the critical zone. That lines right up with our move towards this $50 number. And that is how much of a percent move from where we are right now. It's like a 30 something percent move from where we are right now, possibly within the next 3 to 6 months. Let's check our RSI. Quarterly right now has a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here, and we're still continuing to get it starting to play out. And we have our volatility that's starting to pick back up as well. It's freshly crossed over the moving average. It went all the way down to 18% and starting to expand from there. So from here all the way up towards the high 90s, where it's likes to max out, we have a lot more room to go for this thing to really juice the volatility. I don't know. We've already tested the bullish control zone right now. We've rejected it a little bit, but now we're getting expansion towards the upside again with volatility support this time. Last time we were testing the bullish control zone, volatility was still contracting, so we didn't have volatility support. This time we have it. So this time we're very likely going to break within the bullish control zone and stay healthily within there. And that number right now to enter the bullish control zone sits at $48. So it's right next to that $50 HPDR target that we had before. The monthly has a drive of confirmed bullish divergence, which is also a rejection of the bearish control zone. It just happened quite a while ago. It happened back in January of 2024, but it's still active and it's still playing out. Because right now we just hit the target of the bullish control zone, which is currently at $37.62. We're well within there. So we get our monthly close like this in the next 27 days. Our next target is going to be the bullish critical zone, and that number sits at $60.66. But you have to remember that this is the what's the word for previous data indicator. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this number is going to change after the next monthly open. This is probably going to go down somewhere around $50. So we have multiple different things giving us that $50 number. Weekly also has a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence. Right now, this target would give us somewhere around $43.62. We have the HPDR and we have the RSI both giving us somewhere around that high 40s to low $50 targets. And the RSI is giving you off of previous data, and the HPDR is giving you off of future statistical data. So you're coming at it from both different ways.
Very, very nice, sir. Thank you so much for that. Anything else you boys want to add before I let you go? And
nope. Okay, we're good.
Good. You're like, nope, fuck off. I'm going out there. It's Friday. Get some water, people. Thank you.
Yeah, drink some water.
Fuck yeah. Some of the good shit. I appreciate it. I'm glad you boys are enjoying that shit. I'm so glad. All righty. Well, I'm going to finish this up. Thank you so much for everything. And I guess we have some homework now from what we talked about yesterday. All right. Well, Let's fucking get to do our homework. All righty, boys. Thank you so much. I
Have a good
appreciate
weekend.
you. You too. Vale, estamos viendo BYD, la competencia de Tesla básicamente en China, aunque ellos hacen coches híbridos también y Tesla no hace coches híbridos, recuerden eso siempre. Pueden ver la fuerza y el movimiento que lleva esto. Esta es una tabla de 3 meses, eso quiere decir que cada vela son 3 meses. BYD está cotizando en $38.75 por acción, el máximo histórico está en 43.54. De acuerdo a todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, podemos seguir viendo un movimiento de expansión a la alza y de continuación. Eso es lo que vamos a ver. Hay bastantes cosas que nos dan, de acuerdo a diferentes indicadores, también incluyendo los de RSI, etcétera, un objetivo alrededor de los $50 con 25, de los $50, no le voy a decir 25 centavos. Cuando volteas a ver la semanal, te puedes dar cuenta del por qué. BYD vino, se recargó en el 200, en el 100, ¡pum! Subidongo y está por encima de absolutamente todos los promedios que se mueven, lo recuperó justamente acá y eso dio una potente expansión, sobre todo cuando el 21 cruzó encima del 55, dando ese cruce plateado a la alza. Estamos hablando de un movimiento de 36% a la alza y todavía nos queda un movimiento alrededor de más o menos eso de ahí a nuestro objetivo de los $50, que es lo que tenemos por acá. Vamos a ver, a los $50 nos da un movimiento de casi 30%, efectivamente, que es lo que parece ser en estos momentos. Creemos, porque estamos viendo en la trimestral, que esto se puede dar en 2 velazos, básicamente 2 velas más. Podemos llegar, uno, a romper este alto histórico que está acá en los 44.68, y de ahí poder ir a buscar esos 50. Yo creo que es sencillo. Primer objetivo lo pondría yo acá en los 41.19. Después de los 41.19, romper los 42 y de ahí el máximo histórico, llévatelo de corbata. ¿Dónde te preocupas cuando empiece todo esto a cambiar y veas que los indicadores hasta de temporalidad corta, como la diaria, empiecen a voltearse? Pero por ahora, o sea, ve lo lejos que estás del 9. Y cada vez que entras y tocas el 9 es una oportunidad de compra y eso te hubiera dado un excelente promedio si lo hubieras hecho rigurosamente después de esto. Así que pendientes, BYD se ve bastante bien. ¿Qué más les digo, tíos? Pues vale. Con eso quedamos 4 horas, 5 minutitos de esto. Gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos, hacer trading con nosotros, aprender con nosotros, ver tablas con nosotros, muy divertido. Y me voy a ir a correr 2 horas y de ahí los vuelvo a ver por acá para un buen nadie me preguntó a todos ustedes. Y ya. ¡Feliz viernes! Pásenla bien para todos que ya se van de fiesta, pásenla bien. Qué chido, qué envidia.